You're scrubbing through, and you catch yourself on an old datasphere. You find just a hint of a familiar image. I'm going to go ahead and send this to you.
Ooh. Whispers are no fun. Whispers, share with everyone.
I'll send it to the whole group so you can see, but I ask only Virla say anything for now. You see a familiar library with rows of books and rows of data spheres and a single chair at a table.
What does it mean?
You realize this thing you've seen inside the lair of the Balhanath that seemed so strange and out of place. You realize you've seen that before. Go ahead and roll me an Arcana check.
Have I been there before? Arcana 14.
Okay.
14. It's not a huge success, but you know that Balhanaths, you've done a little bit of looking since then, just to keep up with sort of a professional interest, the things that you fight this bestiary. You know it's an aberration, which can be reality warping creatures. You realize it obviously when it died, this whole facade fell away. It constructed this facade, but why this facade? I don't know what Virla had thought at the time, but it seemed strange. It wasn't the actual laboratory of a wizard or something like that. It seemed to just be the lair of this creature. Why this specific layout, this to look like this library, this study? Maybe that has something to do with you and what you've experienced in the past.
Yeah, originally Virla thought that it was sort of intentionally fabricated to kind of so that aspects of each of the room would appeal to each member, to kind of lull us into a false sense of security, and then the Balhanath get the jump on us. How do Balhanaths warp reality? Is it they sort of this is now Virla's next question. Do they read the minds of someone that they're trying to target, and they sort of reconstruct things from that? Because if so, Virla might be starting to get an inkling of what he wants to do. He wants to go back to what he wants to do.
So I would say with a that, your Arcana check was specifically to know how much you know about the Balhanath. I'd say with your Arcana check of 14, that's what you know for right now. Okay. There is one thing that you find in that memory. You find there's a bit of you looking down at your arm. Go ahead, roll me an investigation check. So many checks.
My arm?
Yeah. This is picking up the details to see if just in the hazy memory you can see them all.
Okay, it's a little bit better. 18.
Ooh.
18 is definitely enough for this. You see written in your arm on grease pencil or something like that. You see 3 numbers.
Ooh. Oh? A clue?
Bro, you're living out a Telltale game right now.
And that's all.
Minecraft XYZ coordinates.
What 3 numbers does Virla see?
You get all these pieces of mystery and no answers. Well, I would say with a high insight and then a low history, you get all these pieces of a mystery and no answers.
For the
to clarify, the numbers on the arm, is that on Virla's arm right now that he just overlooked?
Nope. No, it was written in grease pencil or something like that. It was temporarily written down.
Does Virla know what numbers those are? And for the listening audience at home, could we shout those numbers out if he does?
I'll say it's 008 492 -073. To Noir, those sound like coordinates, and I guess to Virla, those sound like coordinates. I have no idea if those even translate in the scope of the planescape. But do those translate as coordinates in the planescape, or the I don't know how.
I think this is an exhaustion. These rolls represent your best attempts at solving this by yourself.
Sure.
You're going to need some outside help or something to determine exactly the nature of this puzzle that you've got these pieces to. With that, we'll head over to Virla.
Yeah, it's a really simple sort of question that Virla wants to ask. He knows where Otta's office is, I'm assuming, so he'll go and just sort of
you were just there.
Polite knock and then sort of enter.
You see he's sprawled out on a little, what do you call it, I guess a love seat that's in there, really old dirty love seat. He's got his boots up.
lounge.
He lifts. He has a hat over his eyes. He lifts it up. He says, "I didn't say come in, but now that you're in here, what can I do for you?"
Do you know of any other way of navigating the astral sea that perhaps involves sets of 3 numbers?
Curious. Navigation. I assume what's the context for what you're asking? Context is everything, my boy.
I was scouring one of my old data spheres and I encountered the set of 3 numbers, but I am afraid the context is as obscure as can be. It was written on my arm in said memory. And that is all I know. My first assumption was that it was perhaps coordinates, but I have not known of a way to navigate through the astral sea through the means of coordinates.
Very right, my boy. Coordinates don't really work in a place with infinite space and time. The stars are the best way to get around. What are these coordinates you have? You said you saw them. What are they? He puts out a piece of paper and a bit of charcoal for you to write something down.
He'll narrow his eyes slightly, but this is the only lead he has to go on, so he'll
Iron Giant style.
He'll play ball. He'll write down the numbers 008492
Inside baseball.
-073.
86753.
He spins it around to look at them. He says, 3 by 3. I see. He rolled a natural 20 on his Arcana check.
Ooh, Otto!
Yeah, Otto!
He goes, 3 by 3. You're looking at coordinates not from the astral sea, my friend. That's why you're so confused. You're looking at the way that the Modrons navigate Mechanus.
Yes.
What? Oh!
As you make your way through, you eventually come to what you have carefully calculated to be your destination. You see a giant bronze cog, about the size of maybe it's like a couple football stadium size put together. Like it's pretty big, but it's not continent sized.
Mm-hmm.
On it, near covering a good portion, but not like half of it or anything like that. You see a squat sort of tower. It's clearly got levels to it, but maybe only like 3 to 4. It has a beautiful bronze and stone outwork. You see the towers kind of rise up. In fact, it is semi-gear shaped with 8 sort of tower facets, so to speak, surrounding it. So it's round, but it has like these 8 kind of tower. Yeah, crenellations coming and surrounding it. So it has this kind of wavy outside that almost looks like a gear. In front of what is clearly the doorway, you see a beautiful archway of like vine thickness, like a couple inches thick, golden wires that have been bent into this like beautiful awning sort of situation. It has these like pewter facets in the design of the building, and as you set the ship down, you can hear there's almost like a faint humming coming from the area. If you would like to disembark, you have made it to the location specified by the coordinates discovered by VR-LA. The lockpicks find purchase, the whole thing rotates 30 degrees, and the doors swing silently open into the interior. On the other side, your awakened spellbook just waiting there for you.
Oh, hey,
just sitting in the middle of the room, staring out, waiting for you guys to enter.
Okay, welcome to the mysterious dome.
Any of the doors work?
Yeah, what is this place?
So you guys walk in. As you step through, there is a faint, the first foot that steps through, you hear a ping, 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 ping sound as the alarm spell is set off.
Okay.
There's you. I assume you guys are you all like entering in?
Yeah.
Yes.
We don't have any rogues to tell us that that's a bad idea.
Next campaign, we're all playing bards and rogues to compensate for the weaknesses of this campaign's party.
Oh no.
The doors close suddenly behind you.
Oh no.
And a shadow from the light above forms on the ground and then begins to widen as a shape descends. you see a mechanite like Virla, but his metal plating, gold, dressed in blue and gray robes, floating down. The voice sounds out. Interlopers. You would find a dour enemy in Maxim. Who would assault my saint? Virla.
What?
This is surprising. Did the password I supplied to you not disarm the ward as I had intended? The mechanite softly alights on the ground in front of you and approaches, metal feet on metal sounding through the hall. He looks to the other three of you and says, "And who are these who are with you?"
His name was Maxim, he said?
Yeah, Maxim.
Well, what
Maxim.
He's using a lot of fancy words. He's using a lot of fancy words. What is he saying?
Also, very important question. Are his robot eyes red or not?
And
they are not red.
Are they glowing in a color that looks
implicitly.
are they glowing like a particular shade of blue that looks like in a pinch it could shift to be red where we didn't do anything wrong?
What? What does that mean?
You know, like in every because robots with red eyes are always evil. So like in every video game, the good guy robot that ends up betraying you always starts with like blue glowy eyes and then just shifts into evil when they get like the Guardians in Breath of the Wild. Yeah.
Well, yeah.
All right.
Is it like what? They can't be cyan because cyan is too close to immediately switching to red?
Yeah.
Sure.
What?
It's shorthand.
I don't know.
They're white. They're glowing white.
Oh no, we can't get a read on him at all.
He's true neutral. Oh wait, he's true neutral. Duh.
Oh, everything makes sense now. We're just having this.
Will step forward.
Yes.
And sort of speak on behalf of the group. My apologies, Maxim. In truth, I will be upfront with you. My crew has disappeared. This was some time ago that I know not. I have been severely damaged. Many of my data spheres have been taken, and so as such, much of my memory of this place has been taken as well. I do not know you, but it seems as though we once did, and I am sorry that I cannot extend the same greetings to you. I came here searching for answers about my crew. These people have been traveling with me and have been helping me in the interim, and they have agreed to help me with this, and I owe them for that. They are not enemies, but if you wish to judge us and me on our current merit, so be it.
The face stares at you, the eyes blink, no emotion showed for a full 3, 4, 5 seconds after you finish speaking, and then the head cocks a little bit to the side. These are harsh tribulations you speak of. In truth, I knew little of your crew, but you spoke highly of them.
Aww.
My condolences.
That is all I can say of them.
For your loss, and for your current situation.
Hey.
It seems that the hands of fate have brought you back. Perhaps I might be of assistance, putting things how they should be. How may I be of service to you?
Could you start by explaining what you do and what I did here? Because I don't know.
Back to basics, I would seem. Very well.
Yes.
Please. Welcome to my sanctum. Before you tread any further, I must insist upon learning each of your names, however. Virla? He gives a slight bow and says, "You have already answered such questions. I have what I require of you. You may proceed." He turns to Danny first.
Oh, Jesus.
Daughter of primordial chaos.
Whoa.
What is your name?
Hi, I'm Danny.
Your full name.
It's just Danny.
Curious.
If
that is so, you may proceed.
Yeah, that is. That's the truth. So Danny will just walk on forward.
Riff raff.
Street rat.
A slight judgy look on a otherwise just in a flat, inscrutable face, and yet somehow it's judgy. He steps to Finbar next. Son of Fairy and Jotun, what is your name?
My name is Finbar.
Your full name.
You want the whole?
surnames?
You want the whole thing? Alright, okay. It's Finbar, Broussard, the Chase, Hunter of Hunkiln, and Artisan of the Searing Flame.
Excellent. It seems at least one of you knows how to make an introduction.
Oh,
It's all a bit fancy. I don't like saying the whole thing.
I could
this is
make
gonna
up
be
a
embarrassing.
surname if you want a surname. It would be a
Prepare to be
lie.
disappointed with Kiana.
Danny Bonesteel.
If it is not your true name, it would be of no consequence or significance.
Oh boy.
And you,
Well, this is a
daughter
little.
of the Prime Material,
Yep.
what is your name?
It's Kiana, and before you ask, I don't know if there's a surname attached. It was kind of an orphan situation.
Wait, none of us have surnames. Finbar's the only well-adjusted person in this crew.
Well, we can't all have parents, okay?
Y'all met my family. They all nice people.
Yeah. Finbar's
like
got
me.
enough family for the rest of us.
Yeah.
It appears certain things run thematically true through your band. Very well. Kiana,
Yep.
of unknown last name. Please proceed.
Okay.
Kiana.
He motions
So
and a
low.
door to his right opens into one of the adjacent towers.
Kiana, field required, last name. Okay.
Yeah, I'm just gonna let Maxim do his thing. I'm not gonna try and overstep any bounds. Just
This guy's got a
I'll let
killer
him-
voice. If he turns out to not be evil at all, it's almost a waste.
Like Optimus Prime up in here.
Yeah, it's like you
Yeah,
get
I'm
like
thinking Optimus Prime.
So we're
yeah,
all
or like you
like
get Keith
on the
David
same
to
page.
voice him, and he's not even a little evil.
Yeah.
He motions and you enter into a room that is now, to some of you familiar, once to Virla, thrice so you've now seen it.
Yeah, okay.
The rows of spheres.
Whoa!
He says, I dedicated this room to studies of the discussions we had and the things that you supplied to me to look into. There is only appropriate that we discuss your past here. Please, be seated. I am told it is of comfort to most.
Okay.
wait,
Virla's very intimidated by all of this.
I'm sorry, did the rest of us know that the place where we fought that weird
No.
illusion monster was like just this place? Because
Yeah,
I think
Virla-
I,
If Virla didn't share.
Yeah,
Okay,
Virla will
I-
very quickly.
I've got like the equations in front of my head. Like, what does it mean?
We've been here before.
Where's the monster?
Why are we in
I
this
should-
room again?
I should explain, and I sort of cheat to both Maxim and the group. The thing that led me to the sanctum was the encounter that we had, and so I sort of turned to Maxim. We were on a mission to retrieve the heart of a dead god, and in doing so, we had encroached upon the domain of a Balhanoth. I had not known the nature of what a Balhanoth does, but in my subsequent researches, they create realities. It seems as though my theory is that this Balhanoth had plucked this setting from my memory and had used it to lure us into a false sense of security. And so, inadvertently, my crew here, my friends, are familiar with this place, although the place that they knew was only a cheap facade of this.
Interesting. A Balhanoth is no small foe. Perhaps I misjudge you by your appearance and actions to this point. You must clearly be well outfitted and capable. Indeed, you speak truth. Balhanoths are creatures pulled from a realm beyond our own. Typically, they abide in the material plane. To find one in the astral sea, I have not seen record of, but they lure their victims in like a spider to a web by using memories against them, fabricating a reality where they might feel comfortable. I am almost flattered you felt this way.
I feel this way now. It is the closest link that I have to finding my crew. But I must ask, what were the circumstances under which we came to you the first time? The coordinates of this place were written on my arm long ago, so it must have been you at the time.
You did not disclose how you found the location, but you sought me out, Virla. You were a chronicler of the ship known as Paraspera.
Oh, good.
A scribe for them. Out of professional courtesy, I did not ask much of your mission, but you revealed to me that your purpose on the ship was recording information. You sought out one such as myself. Forgive me. I am Maxim, and I am an anthropologist of sorts. I seek to understand the peoples of the planescape and their histories.
Makes the fact that you were making fun of our lack of last names a real dick move if you study the people of the universe.
Well,
if you say that out loud, I'm bonking you on the head.
It makes it harder to look us up. It makes sense.
Does Danny say that?
No.
Does Danny say
Danny would mumble
Sophia,
that.
Danny say that?
Danny mumbles that under her breath. Absolutely.
Maxim's head turns sharply. He says, I keep my own name secret from you for the same reason I demand yours. My safety.
Oh.
And I ask for your last name because names have power, especially here in a realm of law. Should you turn against me in whatever way, your name is insurance.
That's interesting, I think.
He turns back to Vila. Apologies. You understand I must keep safety and if, as you said is true, you have lost much of your memory, I do not know whether to trust openly these three you bring with yourself.
I understand. I also hope that you understand that the names that we provide is no insurance for your safety at all. If you lay a hand on these people, I have no intention of losing a second crew.
Ooh!
Professional as always. It seems little has changed from you, Virla. Now, if you would like, we can discuss what I know of you before the unfortunate events that have passed.
And perhaps you can help me fill in the gaps of what had happened since. I guess
Let us begin.
Yes.
I'll recount the events of what happened, just sort of, it's really not much to explain. There's a Githyanki attack. And then when I came to, the crew was gone.
Githyanki attacks on the Astral Sea are not uncommon. In fact, they grow. I fear their queen, the Lich Vlakith, grows restless, requires more quarry for her warriors to hunt. Likely, after so many years of a single monarch, she is beginning to worry about the grasp of her power. But in this situation, that is neither here nor there. Githyanki rarely take captors. If it is truly Githyanki that took your ship, I'm sorry, their fates seem dark.
I have made my peace with that. What strikes me as curious is that if they take no captives, they left no indication of corpse.
Curious indeed. Perhaps trophies? It is not unheard of for a Githyanki warband to partake in such an activity.
But to do it so cleanly.
If you would like, I shall look into
thoroughly.
some of the known tales and recountings of Githyanki attacks. Perhaps there is some information to be gleaned from historical texts to apply to your case.
I would appreciate that. But please tell me.
Certainly.
Yes. Backstory dump. Backstory dump.
Forgive me. I have a penchant for monologue.
Lord.
If we're about to
lore
get
bad.
into
We
a-
want
a-
data,
a
not
whole
lore.
act- Is there a kitchen in this place? I can whip something up for y'all so your tummies don't get
I
grumbly.
require neither food nor water. I apologize, but
Course
there are no
not.
services such that in my sanctum.
Backstory away then.
He motions you guys all sit down on couches. He sits on a single stool that he places a hand out and a mage hand grabs and lifts over to him. He sits, places hands folded, and unmoving, recounts what he knows. You came to me seeking one that you could converse with on matters of history and arcane knowledge of the planescape. You are a chronicler, so you revealed to me. And I myself a chronicler of sorts as well. Our relationship was professional. We discussed many things. You had a particular interest. on the history of our people. In fact, it is why you originally sought me out. He pauses for a moment and then reaches out a hand. Another mage hand goes and grabs a book, a sort of journal of sorts, and comes floating over to him. He starts flipping through. I chronicled some of what we discussed for later investigation. You were curious about certain origins of our people. Such things for many of the races of the Planescape are, as I'm sure you are aware, clouded in mystery. The elves have long lives and so long memories. Their origins are well documented. Most races are not so lucky, the Mechanites among them. You were particularly curious. He turns to a page, says, about a certain pejorative word that has largely fallen out of fashion, but that you found in some records. The word was Warforged.
Ooh.
Seems to be an ancient word used to describe the people of Mechanus. I suppose it fell out of fashion for being inaccurate, but you had put forth a theory, perhaps, that there was a tie to Acheron. I should say this was a theory that you had heard, perhaps. There was a tie that the Mechanites had originated from some planar connection between the world of law and its adjacent eternal battlefield, that Warforged was a result of these origins. But at further discussions, you came to me with a particular theory. He closes the book and places his hands out and says, your theory was that perhaps the origins of the Mechanites were even more arcane and inscrutable. He places his hands together and then casts them wide apart swiftly. He casts Major Illusion.
Oh.
And you see in front of you like a hologram, a sea of in a circle, outside a sphere of stars, and then inside roiling energy, flame, water, earth, air, all boiling together. He turns to the three who are not Virla and says, how familiar are you with the origins of our planescape?
That's a good... Oh,
where it all comes from? I have no idea.
I didn't know it existed more than 2 weeks ago.
Danny will try and touch the fire illusion, and assuming that it's not hot, will immediately recoil her hand and be like, I got nothing.
Yeah, it's just an illusion. Your hand passes through it.
Yeah.
He says, then this should be enlightening.
Yes. Yes.
Early, it is said that a great power sang the universe into existence. The domain of the gods, and here the astral sea, the black with speckled with stars kind of flashes, and within it, the primordial chaos of churning elements. We do not have time to discuss all of the many wars, all of the many players that enacted upon these two realms, but the astral sea was the home to the gods that rose, and the primordial chaos, the home to the primordials. The Dawn War sought them pitted against each other, and as it progressed, they each changed their birthing grounds. And here you see the map of the planescape as you know it solidifies. Along the astral sea, along the edge, you see the circles of the outer planes, and within the elemental chaos, it calms down, turns into just one circle, like a hollow circle, and you see water, earth, fire, air in that order. Now with order to them, and within it, a little circle of the prime material plane appears.
Hey.
The chaos cooled into what we now know as the prime, and the gods forged their own domains to align with their ethical outlooks. The war was fought and won by the gods, although some children of the primordials still walk among us. And he nods at Danny.
Hey.
Yep.
It is said that these are the worlds, and yet we know that there are some that come from without. You have encountered at least one of these, a Balhanath, known as an aberration, an alien to our universe, come from a place without that does not fit into the Great Order, known as the Far Realm. Virla, you suspected that where there might be one other world, there might be 100.
Oh.
Everything collapses down, and he says, I asked many times what brought you to this conclusion. You would not say. But I did investigations of my own. He turns and motions to you. See there's a circle of runes etched on the floor, which you saw the first time, surrounded by now stumped and burnt out candles. You saw on the floor the first time you entered this place in the belly of the dead god. Though it was difficult, I was able to summon one of the demons known as a Sybarex here. The interrogation lasted 3 days, but I conversed with the Tanari, or so I thought to be a Tanari, and learned something interesting. The demons hold among them legend that some of their elders are not Tanari, not birthed of the eternal abyss, but rather from some other dying universe. They call themselves Oberiths. And you see, he spins the major illusion again. You see the Sybarex, which is a massive, like MODOK kind of looking creature. Huge head,
Tiny arms.
bulbous eyes, teeny arms and legs just floating. The head, though, is massive and pulsating and green and tied, contained with chains wrapped around it to keep the force of the massive head from just exploding outward. The mouth is crooked and sagging, and just horrible thick black slime drips from it. Inside rows of jagged teeth. It flashes again. You see bird-like, horrible being clad in robes, covering its face except for the beak that extends out. He closes it, says, they claim that they are of different ancestry from without, that they came to our planescape from a dying world, seeking to expand the elemental evil within it for their own consumption. As we know, that failed. Chaotic evil is contained to the abyss, although its many layers continue to grow. But if this is true, as far as the demons are to be believed, it does lend credence to the theory that there are, in fact, other worlds to be discovered, and that in the past, other beings might have pilgrimaged here, seeking a new home. This is what I know of what you were working on upon the ship Paraspera.
This is all news to me. And yet it is comforting to know that even in my state before, I wished to know who I was, and to an extent, what the world used to be.
So you were seeking out new life and new civilizations?
Yeah.
Boldly going where no mechanite had gone before.
Hey,
You
I pitched
spa.
D&D Cowboy Bebop, and you guys gave me all explorers and no rugged whatever, no mercenaries or anything.
Very noble.
So you want it to be Star Trek? It's Star Trek.
Yeah, fair enough.
He says,
Okay.
"Oh, actually,
Wow.
one more thing."
Just one more thing.
Hey!
Oh my god, Halfling Columbo. It's so weird.
The mage hand comes out, grabs off the table something round, clutched. This mage hand brings it to him. He takes it. He says, "The data spheres were something of your invention that you bestowed upon me. Curious. It is useful to have such a method of record keeping, though I do not like to rely on them for my own personal memories. But though they're of your invention, their design was not entirely of your own, so you told me." He places it on the table and rolls it to you. You grab it, and you pick it up. It is indeed, it looks like a data sphere. but far more refined than one you've ever seen. Inside of it, the usual like little etchings seem to be layered and layered and layered, and they are just light. So it's like these eternal. It's like a shifting pattern inside, sort of like Age of Ultron, looking at the Jarvis brain.
Oh, okay, yeah, cool.
Imagine that, but it's arcane runes all over that are like shifting inside of this sphere.
Is this to suggest that this is not one of my own creation, or is this just like one that's seen a lot more use?
You told me that you found this one and based your design off of it. When you found it, it was corrupted and left it in my care to investigate, see if more could be gleaned from it, a more perfected design made. In exchange, I gifted you something of my own design. And he nods, he says, I see you now carry it on your back.
Ooh.
Tell me,
Ooh.
how well do the clock of the staff of the Clockwork Swarm fare you?
It has been reliable on many occasions. It is safe to say that, in lack of a better word, when things turn shit-faced, I bring up the bugs.
I can't believe this guy is a bug guy.
It was not created to be a fact-finding artifact.
No.
Do you mind if I investigate it?
Yeah, by all means. I give
You
it
hand
over.
it to him, he opens it. A single mechanical wasp crawls on his finger. He says, wasps, fascinating are they not? Part of a larger system, each would die for the other. And yet they survive on. One of the few things in nature I can fathom.
This man is...
Forgive me, I have a habit of going on my own philosophical tangents.
That sort of like wasp comment is just hitting in Sophia's head like supervillain. Could I insight check him just sort of like as a vibe check?
Did I just
yeah,
give him
go
my
ahead.
most
What?
powerful weapon?
You don't trust the lone robot philosopher with the voice that's like 3 sub-basements down?
Anyone who likes bugs that much is just one bad day away from going full Lex Luthor, okay?
No, guys, he's okay. His eyes are white. It's not red or anything. It's
Yeah,
fine.
yeah.
It's fine, yeah.
Dirty 20.
Oh, thank you.
30-20. You look at him and read him. With a dirty 20, you see no malice. You just see a person who you realize probably hasn't left. You realize you haven't seen anyone else in this place. There's no other automatons
he's
or
just
anything.
Crazy.
You see someone who hasn't left this place in a long time, being philosophical about the understanding of a world, being philosophical about the world outside that he is just like unmoored from.
You don't get out
Well,
much,
I guess
do
that
you?
makes sense. Oh, I can relate. I
I
could
have
relate.
not left the sanctum in some 13 years.
Huh.
13 years, 3 months, 21 days,
Yep.
And how
14 hours, and
How
19
how
seconds.
long?
how long ago
Yeah,
did
yeah,
Virla come see
Yeah.
you?
What did it? Yeah. How long was that? Yeah.
I have not seen Virla in 19 months, 4 days.
Oh, this is
9
recent
hours.
shit. Oh, thank goodness. Virla thought he's been, like, drifting in the astral sea for, like, decades. Okay. Cool. Okay.
I've never seen a robot visibly relax before.
He like sighs and a little steam comes out of some like vents on the
Yeah.
side.
Okay, alright.
Wow.
Okay, cool.
I did not realize that would be information so comforting, otherwise I would have led with it.
Yeah, you should work on your
I did
mental
not realize
manner.
it was information. I did not
Yeah.
realize it was information I needed.
Yeah.
I've been practiced for many things. Manner is not one of them. Forgive me. The sphere. I was in contact with another professional acquaintance from the Transcendent Academy. I had them investigate it. It is, as you had already discovered, an artificial intelligence gathering system. I'm told that the thaumaturgic code was largely corrupted, but salvageable. Much of the memory of it has been wiped, but I'm told its memory storage now is far greater than any memory sphere you have yet developed.
I have
He is,
no
by
doubt.
the way, he has placed the staff and the sphere down on the table, like, next to each other.
Ah.
Like, there's, like,
God.
I think you
like
get to pick.
you're both discussing like what's going on here.
Like the Wizard of Oz, Virla gets gifted the brain that he had all along.
Yeah, I sort of start gesturing to it and say, you said that. Sorry, did you say that the data is now, some data has been uncorrupted, or it is or that it's viable now as its own memory sphere?
I'm told it is viable as a memory sphere, capable of storing some greater than 700 years worth of recorded memory, I'm told.
Well,
I have not attuned to it myself.
As you had correctly deduced, using data spheres to store one's own memory has proved to be crippling. However, if I can, and I sort of rotate it, I Yorick
Please.
it. I last pour Yorick it.
Yeah, there we go.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
But if
look
I can-
into it. It's beautiful. You see, now that you see it, you see exactly what...
Yeah.
You realize what you probably felt the first time you saw it, which is amazement, beauty. You see the rudimentary understanding of how it works, and you begin to have... You're like, oh, I know how mine work. I see how I would have gotten this.
Yeah.
I would have gotten that from this. But this is way beyond what I could do.
I suppose you truly cannot beat the originals. And I'll sort of... I sort of gesture like, can I pocket this? I want to pocket this. Can I pocket this?
It is yours. We made a bargain that I would investigate it. On that note, the name that is stamped into it. And you see, he motions now, and as you turn it over, there's very tiny on a brass outfitting, you see there's a word stamped into it, and it says, Property of House Cannith. He says, I was unable to learn of any Canniths. I looked into perhaps it was some derivation from some noble house of Cania, one of the layers of Bator, the Nine Hells, but I was not able to discover anything of significance there would point to it. I'm afraid that remains a mystery yet.
Question. If you unscramble the words from Cannith, does it spell out Kiana?
Hey, there's no TH in there.
No, I'll send it to you.
I have been internally debating, being like, hey, can you tell me what these are? And popping out the astral arms, but I worry he might go into DEFCON 4 mode.
I mean, if you wanted to talk it over with VR-LA, you can maybe try and butter him up and just make sure that he doesn't go DEFCON. Interesting.
Well,
okay.
Yeah.
Does the name? I assume the name isn't familiar to me.
No. The sphere has been preloaded with some information courtesy of my acquaintance, my colleague at the academy, but your own travels you should bestow into it as well. If you mean to continue chronicling, that is. I suppose I should not make any assumptions at this time.
If anything, my desire to learn more of myself in the universe has increased upon losing this information. So I suppose at my core, I have not stopped.
Aww.
Whatever comfort it might be, I find you largely unchanged, Virla.
Aww.
That is nice.
Yeah.
You wouldn't... I understand that due to our professional nature now and then, the information that we had given to you was limiting only within the parameters of whatever we had agreed. We didn't happen to tell you where we were going after visiting you, did we?
No. The life of a powerful mage is by necessity one of secrets. You garner many enemies. I insist upon my privacy and ask that you keep yours as well. To be too close to others can, well, result in tragedy, as I'm sure you're aware.
I understand. I have no more questions but one. The help that you have given me has exceeded my expectations. But you collect names as security. I have lost the names of my crew. If the only thing that I can glean, if the only memory that I can retain is who they were, that would be much appreciated.
The names of your crew, I do recall.
Yay.
And each of these, like Virla, has a letter combination, but for now I will read you the names. He says, there were, including yourself, 7. Aster, Eden, Caleb, Sierra, Dexter, and among you, your captain, Emerson. I spoke lightly with each of them. They seemed loyal.
Any of those names ringing a bell?
You don't remember any of their names.
That does sadden Virla, but he does nod in just sort of like recognition and thanks. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Ha, C-R-A.
Wait,
I
I'm sorry.
still, on occasion, seek to put back rights that have been wronged.
Wait, I'm sorry. Were all the other crew members also Mechanites?
Yes,
Indeed.
Cool.
I do know that much.
As I said, I do not know most of their functions aboard the ship, but you and the captain. You have traveled a long way, I assume. Is there anything
Yes.
else I might help you with?
I turn to the rest of. I turn to my friends. Just my questions have been exhausted. I look at Kiana, point like a little bit more. Is there anything that any of you would wish to know about yourselves?
Well,
If not, there are certainly questions I may ask of you.
That seems a fair exchange.
Yeah. You said that you researched different peoples across the planescape, right?
That is my profession, yes.
Okay, because until, like, last week, I kind of assumed I was human, but I'm starting to realize that a lot of the things I can do are not things that humans do. And
He
this...
leans forward for the first time eagerly.
Oh.
Elaborate.
What to lead with? Well, it turns out most humans aren't telepathic. That was a bit of a surprise. And there's this thing I can do, and I know that monks can do it, but the way I do it seems a little weird, and I don't wanna freak you out, but it is going to be a little, there's gonna be a little bit of a light show, and I'm going to lean
Please
back.
step away from the bookshelves then.
Oh, yes, good idea. Away from anything that's fragile. I'll find, like, the largest patch of floor and just, burn 2 key points on the arms and visage of the astral self.
Fantastic.
And then I'm gonna stand very still so he doesn't freak out.
Just T-pose.
The light from the faint light from the astral arms reflects off of his metallic body. Curious.
Yeah.
Your description of telepathy led me to think psionics, and this reinforces my hypothesis, however. Curious.
Yeah.
I thought that, you see he waves a hand in front of his face and his white glowing eyes change to like a multicolor kind of thing for a moment.
Oh, okay.
Finbar, you recognize he's doing detect magic just like you did.
Yeah.
And he walks 360 degrees around you, Kiana.
Just like mime, still holding still.
It is possible, I thought for a moment, perhaps your psionic abilities, innate as they are, might be derived from some encounter in your ancestry. My powers are derived from a similar source, born of Mechanus. I am innately gifted. But no, you are harnessing the life energy within you. Is that correct?
I think
You
so.
have had study, I would bargain. Training. Yes.
Yeah, there was a lot of training. The arms
Then you are not sorceress.
No, I can't do any magic. It's just the arms and the psychic stuff. They don't normally look
Magic
like
is
this.
a loose word.
Yeah.
Many people from the Prime use magic to describe different unconnected features and phenomena. Pardon, continue on.
If it ain't natural, it's magic.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess it's just I don't really know what...
Deconstructed way way of stating it, yes.
I just don't really know what this is at this point. I didn't think to question it before, but, you know, the other people in my monastery, they could do the arms, but they didn't look like these. And this is just how they're most natural, but they don't really look like me. And I don't know what that means.
Manifestations of psionics come in many forms. It is a field of study I'm not well versed in. I apologize for that, but I will tell you what I can.
Yes.
Psionics manifest in many ways, and are completely separate from the connection to the weave that spreads throughout the planescape and allows for arcane and divine magics to be wielded. It comes from within, not without. Now, the being within, the soul, to use a simple term, does not always reflect that of the body. It is a common misconception when we pass and are taken to whatever higher plane we ascend to, if we are so lucky. We are given new forms, so it is not always obvious that our souls might bear their own visage.
Hold on, I'm sorry. Is it possible to have two souls?
Curious. Why would you ask such a question?
Well, it doesn't always feel like the power is coming from the me that I think of as me. It sometimes feels like there's something else in there. That's still me, maybe, but very different. Before I left the prime material plane, I was having these dreams about the astral sea, and I've never been to the astral sea before then. But I don't know where else they could have come from. And you're right, it doesn't feel like it's connected to anything outside of me, so it has to be me, but it's like I only know half of who I am. And if it's a soul, that might be why?
Curious.
Okay.
It is possible, perhaps, for multiple souls. Famously, the Tanari Lord, Demogorgon, is possessed of two intelligences within his one form, each constantly at war with each other. But that does not seem to be the nature of your predicament, no.
No. Doesn't seem right.
No, if a connection to the astral sea. The astral is the gateway between all worlds, and the manifestation of psionic energy between the planes. Perhaps these dreams are your connection to the plane, and this other presence within you manifested from it. Curious. More research is required, but...
Okay, thanks.
The information you are looking for might be revealed through a spell, not one I myself have access to.
Oh.
You seek out someone who may cast legend lore upon you.
Okay, that's the first good lead I've had in a while. Thank you very much.
Their information might be gathered. You require what would you call them? God botherer? No. Cleric.
Oh.
You must
God
seek
botherer.
out someone with high connections to a god.
Awesome. Thank you very
Only
much.
through divine magics is it possible to look into a person in such a way.
Great. Okay. Well, thank you for your help. This was something. I think I'm good on the questions department. If anyone else has anything.
I will investigate what I can. It is a
you.
curious question to be asked, and I myself admit it is not selflessly that I search. I am eager to learn as well. Chronicle this. But if you should find your way back, I will tell you what I may or may not learn.
Thank you.
If we were to do that,
You're very welcome.
and call upon you
Keon
again
had
as a
no
resource.
last name. Yes.
If we were to call on you on a resource again, how would you
Yes.
like us to alert you without necessarily breaking into your sanctum and tripping off any alarms?
You require a password. One of personal significance. One that could not be faked or altered, unless powerful divinations were turned against you. I will erase your old password for security's sake, and you will simply choose a new one that I will bestow upon my sanctum.
And we merely speak the password? Or...
Indeed.
Input it in the door? Okay. Okay. Emerson.
Oh.
Emerson it is. Shall I tie this solely to you, or allow use between the rest of your crew?
I suppose if something like what happened to me were to happen to my friends, that we would all be lost. Gods forbid. I will let them have access to the password as well. I apologize. It is not nearly as significant to you as it is to me.
No,
I sort
of course
tell
it
them.
is.
Yeah, dude. Whatever you want.
Yeah, the fact that
Very
it matters
well.
to you makes it matter to us.
The password Emerson, privileges granted to the 4 of you, crew
Yay.
of the Paraspera.
Nice.
And
But
just
not
to be
plugged.
You
clear,
have traveled a long way.
and just to be
Please.
clear, I
If
ain't
there's
losing
anything else we might discuss.
I ain't losing any of y'all, so that don't even
Oh.
think about that. That's never happening. Not while I'm alive.
Very heartwarming.
I
We have one last
that's what
thing.
I guess.
It seems that we are being hunted of sorts.
Oh, right.
Uh,
I almost forgot about that.
you
Oh,
you may
jeez.
talk about them, all them weird what you call them apparitions? Yeah. Them
Oh, the-
Revelations, yes.
like ghosts, right? Like
No.
Not of the sort.
I don't know. They're creepy types, like them squids, them mind flayers. Anyways, so little girl over here is having a
Yeah.
hard time getting rid of them horrible people from her old home. And we came to the conclusions we were talking on the way over here that it might be tied to some of them squids.
Right. Yeah, we only just figured this out, or I did.
Yeah.
The monastery that raised me, we think might have been secretly run by mind flayers that were grooming us to for some horrible evil cosmic purpose. I didn't know this when I ran away, but it does explain why they keep sending people to try and get me back. I would feel really bad if that turned into a problem for you. Oh my gosh, I didn't even think of that. Oh no.
He tells there's you hear a little. Even amongst the things that you have told me today, that ranks highly as a bombshell to drop.
I'm sorry. Kiana's back in the guilt spiral from last time.
We're
Dom?
trying to make sure we have all our bases covered.
Worry not about me.
Oh,
My fortress is heavily guarded.
okay.
That's good.
If indeed your theory and speculation of mind flayers, Illithid as they are properly known, is true, woe be
Yeah.
to any that would try to enter my sanctum.
Okay.
Well, obviously the squids are gonna have a hard time with you, but we need some sort of means for some sort of protection. And I don't like to be hunted. That's not how that works. So at some point, I like to flip the tables on them. We have a consultant of sorts that we can go to, but if you have any advice or ways to help turn the tables on some of them squids, that'd be greatly appreciated.
If indeed you are hounded by Illithid. Curious. Their psionic powers are notable, perhaps unmatched across the planescape. Considers for a moment. Might have something that could be of service. Excuse me. He walks out of the room, comes back. You see he's carrying what looks like a ring, but it's 2 rings combined together. It looks like the spell slinging ring from Doctor
Yep.
Strange, where it's
Yep.
like 2 that
Yeah,
go
yeah.
together.
Hell yeah.
But it is bone white.
Oh.
It is bone white, but as he turns it, it sheens like it's clearly metal, but it has a green sheen to it. It's truly like utterly alien looking. A metal that reflects green and looks like ivory.
Spooky.
This is forged from a metal known as Dlaran.
Ooh.
It reinforces the mind and protects against psionic attack. If you have something of comparable trade, I could pass it into your service for some time.
Ooh.
Fascinating. And Glaron, is that... Where do you mine?
For mechanical reasons, I'll let you guys know. It's Ring of Psychic Resistance.
Oh.
Cool.
Okay.
What do we have?
So we need
stuff.
stuff.
I don't suppose he'd accept a potion of hill giant strength I've had since day one.
Would you like a rain stick? No.
I have no use for it.
It would be a I really have no need for a potion of
Yeah.
hill giant strength.
I mean, same, honestly. That's why I still have it.
You're a mage, right?
That is correct, yes.
All right, and Danny will take off her goggles. If you ever are concentrating on something and you lose your concentration for a minute, these will let you, get that focus back. They're my own personal design. Also, they'll let you see things brighter, but I don't know if that'll be an issue for you here, because this seems like a kind of dark world.
Curious.
It's actually perfectly lit.
Concentration is significant for myself. I typically have no problem with it. Roll a persuasion check.
Yeah.
I'd say you're on the right track. Like, this is kind of on the low end of good.
16.
16's not
Danny
bad.
is proficient in persuasion, and I don't really know.
Heyo.
I guess I was
And
going
also,
for the guild merchant.
he's actually
thing.
not using this ring currently. He's not attuned to it, so it actually would make sense that there's a reason he would even offer it in the first place.
Right.
On a purely loan basis, I accept.
That's a two-way street, buddy. If there's a scratch on those goggles when I get back, we're gonna have problems.
They're already kind of scratched up.
Don't.
On my word, as a champion
You got
of
kicked in
order,
the head last week
this I
wearing them.
swear, there will be no further dents or mars upon the surface of these goggles.
Oh,
These
man.
goggles will look as bad
As he says that,
beaten as
like
they are now.
4 other voices come into
Oh my
kind of
God.
harmonize with he's swearing on Mechanus, and there's
Oh my
a little
God.
harmony that rises up in his voice as he says it.
All
And
right.
you were suspicious because he likes bugs.
Virla's nodding along. Like, this makes perfect sense. This
Yeah.
is just a contract being made.
Yeah. Oh, man.
Them contracts. Oh god.
You said you had questions for us. You've answered a lot of ours.
Yes.
I don't want to be completely rude.
Yeah, if we can be helpful.
Certainly. Please. A fresh notebook is brought over along with a quill. And we don't have to roleplay it out, but he just goes on to ask each of you about your heritage and, where you're from. He asks a lot of, where, he's going to run into a quick dead end with Danny and Kiana, but he's going to ask, he asks about, where you were born, how old you are. Like, when he says where, he largely means, what plane of existence, too. Mm-hmm. And your abilities and things like that. So he's sort of just building a personal history. He's curious and fitting this into, his other archives that he has.
Cool.
Somewhat frustratingly runs up against the wall of Danny. Is expecting not much from Kiana, given the conversation they had. And Finbar, I assume, has a pretty good
He goes at they spend a
family
solid
history, so he has a long way to
20,
go.
30 minutes talking about
The
where
crew
he's
learns things
from.
that they've never known.
Yeah. Danny's just
Fantastic.
I don't know, man. Playing a fire. It's hot there.
You guys discuss for a while. After a certain point, you hear the same chime you heard way before when you were sailing through Mechanus. But instead of sounding twice, it sounds 3 times.
Oh.
Bong,
It's like an hour has passed.
bong.
Oh, it's 3.
8 hours.
Ah.
Oh. Oh, wow. Okay.
You see that Maxim looks up. It seems that we are moving into the third portion of the day. This is when I availed myself of needed repairs and rest.
Ah, yes.
You're welcome to remain nearby if you would like to discuss further come tomorrow, but I have no spare chambers for you.
Right. Yeah.
I think it's best we head back.
Yeah, we can go back to the ship. No problem.
Oh yeah.
Y'all,
Understood.
you have been awfully hospitable, Max. I like the place, real homey. But we gonna get going now.
Yeah, thank you so much.
I cannot
You're
thank
very
you
welcome.
enough.
I will take your gratitude in kind and not be upset by you referring to me by the name Max.
It's stone cold, no response.
No, Finbar's out the door.
Oh, okay.
Should you... he turns to Virla, he says, should you wish to return tomorrow, simply speak your password.
Yay.
Understood.
And
will
know
discuss what
this
to do
for
as a team.
posterity. And know this for posterity, and I say this with respect for a colleague. As you are, we are again building our professional relationship. I will remind you what I said when we first met. The sanctum you see is but only the foyer. There are many more secrets held within, and should that information you've gained be turned against me in any way, the interlopers would find themselves in a dour position.
Understood. I have no reason to cross you, so you do not give me a reason to cross you.
Understood. Rest well, Virla. With any hope, I shall see you tomorrow.
Yay.
Company
Adieu.
is not altogether unpleasant.
You should build yourself a cat. Really helps keep the time.
This is what I have learned in the
I
year
had
or so
one, but I
traveling
was
with them.
allergic.
That raises so many questions.
That's a problem with a lot of mechanites, actually. I wonder if it's like a... I wonder if you guys had like a
Okay, I'll
natural
start
You
enemy.
guys, you guys walk outside. Combat is effectively dropping, so it's at this point that Maxim appears. You see he descends and says, I thought I made clear my intentions to bed down for the evening. What manner of sorcery has occurred here? And looks across. He goes to step out, and then takes 2 steps back from the doorway before he leaves.
Wait.
The insect plague is still up.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Virla will close down the clockwork staff, and he merely says to Maxim, "We had interlopers."
Like I said, we were being hunted. Apologies for bringing it onto your front steps.
No apologies necessary. It seems you are more than capable of handling them. Even though the insect's plague dies down, he does not step out. He looks across at the carnage, says, "Where is your friend, Kiana?"
That is what we are in the process of finding out. And Danny and the Force Ballista will get in line and a little closer to Cressida and her dear spider. Hearing about plane shift, Danny will turn to our new robo-wizard friend. Hey, robo-wizard, you got any way to get from plane to plane, particularly to the mundane plane?
I am in possession of a tuning fork attuned to the prime material plane, yes.
Any chance you could give us a ride?
You see a conflicted, look back and forth. I cannot leave here. But, Virla, is your ship still possessed of the ability to shift between planes?
Yes.
To the astral sea. Very well. Forgive me, pardon me for a moment. You see he leaves. Back at the doorway, you see Maxim appears, tuning fork in hand.
What did you get,
I'll
Finbar?
go and I'll take it from him.
Yeah,
and
what?
It's a vial of drow poison.
That's what I thought.
I'll go and I'll take.
It's pretty nasty.
Nice
I'll
of
take
her,
the
I
tuning
guess.
fork from him. I'll return to him the clockwork staff, and as an extra thank you, I will unfurl the scarf of haste, I suppose, scarf of speed, and give that to him as well.
No, it's so useful.
A fair exchange.
To impart gifts is not necessary.
It is merely an exchange, for we are merely professionals.
That we are. He looks at all of them. He says, My assumption is you intend to rescue your crewmate.
That's the plan.
I said that I did not have any intention of losing my crew a second time. I aim to make good on that.
I wish you luck, and if I may, a word of advice. There are some things in this universe that are inevitable. The more you study the history of the Planescape, the more you come to learn that law, chaos, good, evil, none has ever truly triumphed. Only defeats and victories ultimately fruitless. Our lives are much the same in that respect. We fight entropy, and yet, try as we might, loss will always find each of us in our time. I offer you this wisdom. Care about those you choose to care about, but always be prepared. The time comes for each of us.
I offer you this wisdom in turn. It is the fight against entropy that makes life worth living. And I turn away and I start going back to the show.
Maybe. Damn. Incredibly brutal. As you go, he calls after you. When you shift to the Prime, hold strongly in your mind the location you wish to travel to. The Prime is not like most other places. It is expansive. Hold fast in your mind, and you will find your way true.
A nod in recognition. We would be entering the belly of the beast, encountering more people similar to prior Sephram, and Ione perhaps even. I am not saying that we could not handle it, the three of us, but I think I would feel more comfortable. And I kind of turn to Maxim as I say it. I would be more comfortable if there was any way we could have some more help.
So you
Sort of
made a
leading
really
him
good
on.
speech. You made a really good speech at the end of the last episode. What I would like Virla to do is to please make a persuasion check. You're going to make it at...
Oh no.
The DC for total success is an 18.
Okay.
You are going to roll at advantage because of your role playing. I think that you hit a lot of great points last episode. So roll at advantage. And let me ask, do you have any inspirations?
I have 2 inspiration. I intend to use them both if need be.
Oh, good.
You can't stack inspirations on a roll. You get 1.
Damn it. Okay.
You are rolling with advantage.
So 1 and a 3, so 4 plus 11 is 15.
It's 15.
Ugh.
No boy.
Okay, so a 15...
I look at him, he just doesn't look at me. He's like, alright, time to get back.
A 15 is not a fail, by the way. There's, there was a fail state where you got nothing, and 18 was a total success. But with a 15, which is still very good, first, he will ponder for a second. I have enough arcane energy to spare. Come. Let me bestow a blessing upon you. You don't even have to approach that far. Just a couple steps. Whoever's furthest, probably Danny, when you hear this, as he spreads his hands and his eyes glow, he will cast, because he's a Clockwork Soul Sorcerer, he has access to the spell Aid, which increases your maximum hit points. Does not grant temporary hit points. Increases your maximum hit points. He will cast it at 5th level, which is an extra 20 hit points to the 3 of you.
Big.
Your max increases by 20. The duration is 8 hours, but because he was a sorcerer, he will spend a sorcery point to extend and spell it and make it last for 16 hours.
Thank you.
That's nice of him.
So if you intend to get a long rest in, this spell will last for the duration.
That's good.
Also, a little for those power gamers out there, a little tip for sorcerers: don't sleep on extended spell. He does that. If you're going to ask for something else, Noir, now would be the time. He seems somewhat pliable. The 15 might grant you something else depending on what it is you want to ask for.
I am a wizard. I collect spells, I record them, and with enough studying I am able to cast them myself. Is there anything that you could offer us that could possibly help to contact someone from another plane? Either Kiana, and I sort of turn, and then I turn to Danny and Finbar. I was also thinking perhaps Enoch.
He's a Gith. He probably would be down to punch some mind flayers.
That is
Also,
what I was
Kiana's
thinking.
in danger.
Boy.
Yes. If you could lend me
Enoch is a good
the
idea.
materials to study
Go on.
and record it. Oh, yeah, sorry.
Go on.
Oh, I was sorry. If you could lend me the materials to study and record this spell, sending is what I had in mind. That would be much appreciated. But anything to contact either one of them, I'll take it.
So sending is not on the sorcerer's spell list, so he does not have it. But
Okay.
he will look down. You supplied him with 2 pretty powerful magic items. Granted, one of them was a trade.
Yeah.
The docent and the clockwork staff, but
Yes.
even so, the scarf of speed is definitely going to get you.
And my goggles,
He says-
excuse you.
That's what got you. You got something else from the goggles.
What did we... What?
The ring.
You got the
Yeah,
ring, right? The
The
ring of
don't
psychic
get mind
resistance.
controlled ring.
Yep.
Right.
He nods. He says, "Very well. Follow me," and he will lead you through.
Oh, thank you. Okay.
Virla, I assume you're going to follow
thank
him. I
God.
don't know if anyone else is going to follow
Yes,
him.
I will. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. He leads you through back into the foyer, through the room that you went through. He leads you through third room, which is just a library. It's just all books. And then he leads you into a 4th room, and you see it is, to put it plainly, it's a treasury. There is gold and platinum stacked up. You see multiple shelves with potions, and there's even like an axe hanging on the wall, and there's just stuff everywhere in this room. Though it's very ordered, not to make it seem messy or chaotic. It is extremely well kept. You see he goes to a wooden shelving system on the wall, but it is, instead of shelves, there's slots to place scrolls. And he counts up, retrieves one, and hands it to you. He says, "This was meant to be used for emergency for myself, to contact one of my old kin, should I need it, but I have a feeling I might be able to come across something of similar utility. Take this in good faith."
Thank you. I will absolutely take it.
Yeah, it's a scroll of sending. Not Enoch. Maxim will usher you out, back through the way you came. Say, "I've already told you that which I wish to say. I do not believe in luck, so fight well."
We will. And
He nods, and the doors, without him touching, the doors close, and you hear the lock rearm behind you.
I'll recover 1/3 level spell slot, and I will send one final sending over to Maxim and just sort of state, mission was a success. At some point, I will return back to you to retrieve what is mine and to give back what is yours. Thank you again. And that's simply what I'll say.
Aww.
I'm not expecting a response.
You get a response. You hear a
He
reply.
likes you.
I'm glad. I would not wish to see you lose another. You once referred to them as family, so I will do so again. Would not wish to see you lose another family. Come when you are ready.
Virla can't respond, but he will nod, because that makes sense.
He figures as much.
Maxim knows you're nodding.
Yep.
By the way, Finbar, you did receive. I don't know if you want to save it for later, if you want to let them know, let them read it now. But you did receive a response from Maxim.
Oh. Yeah.
I have the note here.
Hated to
Yes.
do anything with Mechanus again because he hated
You
that
invited
place, but-
Maxim to the party? To the
Yeah,
Yum Nub?
but I doubt he wanted to come, but it was the thought that counts. Of course,
He's very protective. That is
He
understandable.
he sent a note back, a response to you, which reads, "The rewritten invitation was most flattering. I must regrettably decline your request that I attend the festivities. Please enjoy the celebration of your adopted annual natal day, in whatever manner you will find most pleasing."
Oh, I miss Maxim. We should go hang out with him more.
He will be pleased to know we have birthdays. Perhaps next time we should come back with last names as well.
Or better yet, every time we go, we come back with a different last name to really throw him off his rhythm.
Oh yeah, that one.
I think that is actually, I believe that actually speaks to the core of why he asked for names in the first place, so that's not a bad idea.
Huh.
Yeah.
It'd be worth like sending a message to Maxim and being like, "Hey, bud, I found some magic
That's
items.
that's why I asked how long it would take, because if like a good portion through the week I realize that this is kind of fruitless, I will definitely send a message out to sending out to Maxim, and fully understanding there will be some sort of transaction that is necessary. I will still hit him up.
Oh yeah, totally awesome. Yeah,
WYD.
go ahead, send a sending to Maxim.
Yeah. Okay, 25 words.
Hello,
Hello,
Presumably
Maxim.
though, you're not
Maxim.
fighting anyone, so you could use a couple sendings if you want.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, the extent of it is, hello Maxim, this is VR-LA. I am in search of some protective magic items. If you have any in your store in your storage that you're willing to exchange, I would be willing to make some sort of transaction at your convenience.
Really? It has been some time. Yes. Of what sort of protection are you seeking? A boon to the strength of your armor, or something unique?
What were the two options? I'm sorry, Austin.
Basically, he said a boon to your armor or something unique. Basically, he's giving you, like, do you just want something to bring your AC up, or do you want something that's, like, a little funkier in terms of...
like that cloak of displacement thing, presumably.
Yeah.
Yeah, like cloak of displacement, exactly. Might be that, might be something else, but exactly.
I mean, both ideally would be nice, but I don't know if I have enough magic items to kind of sate him for now.
You could always do jobs for him.
That's
That
true.
could be fun. And I'm sure
Both
nothing
would-
will happen in the later episodes to derail us from our fun downtime.
Both would be ideal. I have a couple of magic items that you might be interested in exchanging them for. If not, I and the crew of the Paraspa are willing to perform a job for you.
Let me search my wares and conduct some research. I will call upon you shortly. We will discuss price upon your visit. I look forward to our partnership in this endeavor, Virla.
Aw, he missed you.
I will not respond because that takes up another third level spell slot.
By the way, how are you?
Yeah.
We should get some tea.
The Tale of Virla. We begin in a scene we're familiar with. A vast array network of gears and cogs, some small as you would find inside of a watch, some massive spanning the size of Great Lakes, maybe perhaps even continents, all throughout it, that constant tick, 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 rhythmic and never-ending. The strange physical nature of this plane, casting it half in light, half in shadow. We see a familiar mechanite. Virla, you approach the door to the sanctum of Maxim, the familiar fortress, walls flecked with that sort of dull pewter that almost seems to give a hum as you approach. You can feel it not just in your ears, but almost being transmitted through your feet as you approach. Door that you've seen a few times before.
Quick question, DM. Mm-hmm. How did I get here?
How did I get here? Everyone who has left, which is everyone except for with the exception of Danny, has had to book passage and basically hijack. That would be the adventure. Basically, had to hitchhike their way here to places across the landscape.
Maybe you hired Davian.
Perhaps you hired Davian.
Yeah.
All right.
Davian
Well,
solely
that's
into
the
the
case.
work. So
I will never show it, but Virla is very grumpy. but he'll go ahead and just knock. I forget how to enter.
You had a password.
There's a magic key.
Oh.
Yeah. I believe it. Wait, no, I can't tell you.
What if I were Kiana? What would Kiana tell me the password is?
Try climbing in the window.
DM, do I remember what it is?
Something personal to you that only you would know.
I do remember who this is, but...
Oh, right. Okay, yeah. And so I'll go in and I will just sort of speak Emerson, I believe is what it was.
That is correct. The
Oh,
arcane lock disarms. The doors swing open. You walk into the familiar faceted entryway that has that spiral staircase going up around the outside into the dull light above. The doors close behind you, and after about 30 seconds, not long enough that you start to think something's wrong, but long enough that there's like a soft awkwardness falls around as you're not sure which way to go. From the door on the left side, which is the door that you've come through in the past, you see, first hear metal on metal as Maxim himself walks in, seemingly unsurprised by your arrival.
VR-LA, allow me to welcome you to my sanctum. I trust your journey was without tribulation.
In a sense, no. I do not come with my ship. I have been placed on shore leave, but I was able to get here fine all the same. I meant to thank you for this, and I reach into sort of my satchel, and I take out a little clockwork wasp that sort of flits around for a bit before I sort of catch it and then store it back in my satchel. You sent this some time ago, and I never did thank you.
Naturally. Your thanks is appreciated. I merely wish to keep you abreast of the progress. Progress is made on the staff as well, I assure you, though. I've been somewhat busy of late with, well, perhaps it is easier if I show you, please, to my study.
And I will follow him. For context, like between seasons 1 and 2, which I am interpreting to be between like in the 8th month downtime, Austin sent me, Noir, physical person, an actual clockwork wasp, along with like a little note written in Maxim's hand to VR-LA. It was very sweet, and
yeah, I'm a big dork.
Yeah.
Those things, if that's the size of the actual clockwork swarm wasps, I've just reframed that as much more terrifying in my head.
I think they're small. I think they're probably about regular wasps. Although, you know what? There's probably a variation. It's probably a variation.
I mean, it explains the damage that he does with it. So.
That's shrapnel
Sure does.
size.
That's true.
Jesus
Those
Christ.
things mean business.
I'm getting attacked by palm-sized wasps. I'm not sticking around to find out what else that guy can do.
Yeah, for reference for the people only listening, everyone but us 5, it's massive.
I'll send a picture.
We'll tweet
when
a
the
little
episode
picture of it
drops.
out.
Oh yeah, you totally should.
Yeah.
With a quarter for scale.
Yeah, definitely.
banana.
A real wasp for scale.
Gotta catch
Yeah,
one.
go out, catch one.
Okay, I follow
boy.
Maxim.
You follow through, you make it into the room that you've now seen before. There's rows of books, there's what you now know to be sort of his fiddling attempts at the memory orbs, the memory spheres that sit in here as well. This is sort of his messing about space. You come to realize as you walk in and you see there's some of these mechanical beetles and wasps are just like kind of floating around. You see the staff is on, like kind of half taken apart, sitting on the one of the workbenches there. There's go ahead and roll an insight check for VR-LA, actually.
Sure.
Read the room, why don't you?
Not great. 6.
There's a lot going on in here.
Yeah.
Which makes sense as he begins to explain. He says to you,
After your request that I look into the acquisition of perhaps some better armament or fortification for yourself, given your precarious line of work, I located just such an item in the possession of another. Chainmail forged by elves is notoriously light and easy to maneuver in, even if someone is not practiced in such matters. Locating it seems, was the easy part. However, obtaining it, I will require your aid.
I am happy to give it.
Very well. I spoke with an order who call themselves the Few. They're a group of elves who immigrated to the Astral Sea some unknown ages ago. Often shrouded in mystery, contact with them is often difficult, beyond just cursory exchanges when they choose to make port. I was lucky enough to speak to one, Interim, who informed me she could supply just such an armor, as well as fulfill some of my interests in allowing me an hour of interrogation with herself. However,
That must please you.
it does. The elves, even those not of the Silver Sea, are notoriously long-lived, possess many insights into many different cultures. One from the Astral Sea, where they do not age. Well, as I said, little is known of them, but there's the potential to learn of perhaps histories even predating the spell plague.
That is interesting. You said there was a perhaps, however.
Indeed. As I said, these few, however many they are very long-lived and well-connected. Their prices are not low as a result, and their interests exotic. No, Interim has requested that we procure for her a spell currently forgotten to any living mortal mage.
Ooh.
Oh,
cool.
golly gosh. If only one of us were besties with Mistra. Sorry, Pocket Kiana's getting sassy today.
Did they tell you the nature of this spell?
No, fortunately, the demands were unspecific beyond this. It seems that the function of the spell, to Ethereal at least, is of minimal importance. Either she seeks to have it simply as a curio, or this is a test, or perhaps, what do youth often say? Prank upon us to seem the fool on an impossible task.
Well, assuming that it isn't the latter, then I suppose we shall put our best foot forward in trying to procure it.
Indeed, and even if it is the latter, I am not one to be made the fool. I've gone ahead and, in the last several weeks, driven into some of my research,
moves, and you see Mage Hands starts to go through like tons of notes that are just like all over. There's like coffee tables in here, work desks. Some are just on the floor. Goes through a pile of like crumpled papers and pulls out one that is only half crumpled.
It's not the first time in my work I've had to search for deep history regarding a fiend that we might speak with.
Ah.
I have done such a thing. I've located the true name of a lore devil of the 9 hells of Bator.
See motions towards the magic circle that's on the floor that you've seen in here, the runes.
My intention, with your aid, of course, will be to summon this devil here, speak with them on obtaining a forgotten spell, bargain their freedom for it, and then, once we have obtained that, you, with your skills in copying scrolls, make 2 copies in addition to the first. One for yourself, one for myself. The original to be given to Yethrevel.
The second for me to keep.
Indeed. Payment for your help with the devil.
And here I
And
thought the elven
then
chain
payment
was
of the
payment
spell
enough.
for the chain.
I see. Oh, you do me too kind. DM, what do I know about lore devils? Because this is the
Go ahead
first
and
that
roll an
Noir has
Arcana
heard of
check.
anything like that.
Arcana or religion?
Okay.
You know when someone actually is you on a forum? That's
Yeah.
a lore devil.
Alright, I'm not using this one anymore. That's a 10.
It's a 10. There's lots of different kinds of devils, and it's definitely not piquing you as one of the, like, common ranks. You've been to hell. You've seen, you know about imps and lemurs, which are the lowest of the devils, bearded devils, and barbed devils. They have different rank. Some of them are in parallel to each other with different purposes, but it all goes from the lowest of the lemurs all the way up to the highest as Asmodeus, the king of hell. Dukes and duchesses that rule over the different layers. So somewhere in this hierarchy, Lord Devil resides, and it's unclear where exactly, but you haven't heard of it, so it's probably not one of the low ones.
Well, then in that case, I'll say to Maxim, in the effort of full transparency, I hold no spells that can physically hold or mentally dominate any fiendish type. But if you are confident in my abilities, then I shall be at your service.
Not in yours. No. It's not domination require. I suspect with a fiend that would not be successful. No. I will summon the fiend here. I have proper magics to do so. What I require of you, while I focus on maintaining the spell, is bargaining and a keen insight into whatever contracts may be laid by this
Contracts, you say? Legal battle, you
You
say?
don't go to court, but we're getting a legal episode.
All right, let's go.
Yeah, there we go.
All right. Virla physically leans forward at the prospect of this.
Wonderful. Is there anything you wish to prepare?
I don't think there's anything I can. Well, I'll bring Bing out just for the sake of things, just in case.
Get an extra pair of eyes on this one.
Yeah. I don't know if it's possible or even beneficial to cast it inside the magic sphere, but or the magic circle rather. But I mean, I guess that would be the only benefit of having Bing out.
Do you want to know how the magic circle works? You can roll an Arcana to see if Virla already knows.
Sure. All right. Don't fuck me on this. I've been rolling like dog water.
Bring it up.
All right, 15.
We're creeping up there.
That's only a 3rd level spell. The thing is, he had to cast it once per day for an entire year in order to make it permanent, which is a convenient thing to have. It is a 10-foot radius and 20-foot high cylinder of magical energy. The entire cylinder is composed of the circle itself is composed of various runes drawn on the floor. You can choose any from a list of different extra-dimensional creatures, so it doesn't work on humanoids, for example. So under no circumstances, for example, can you be trapped within this. It works on celestials, fae, fiends, elementals, that sort of thing. It affects them in the following ways. First off, you can use it as a safety box for yourself and stand inside of it. You guys are clearly using it the reverse way. Creatures can't willingly enter by non-magical means. So can't it's hard for them to get in and out. They can't cross the line, right? Yeah. So they're on the inside. They can't exit by non-magical means, is what I mean to say. Sure. If they try to get out using magic, they have to there's a charisma saving throw involved. So they can't just walk through, and they have to try to, they have to have enough willpower to even attempt to use magic to do it. While within the cylinder, the creature has disadvantage on attack rolls against targets outside. So you can still be targeted with attack rolls, for example, but it has a disadvantage. You on the outside cannot be charmed, frightened, or possessed by the creature. So you couldn't be dominated, you can't be things like that. And that's pretty much it.
Okay.
It usually lasts for 1 hour, but Maxim has cast this every day for a year in the same spot to make it permanent.
Okay. With that information, I will not hold Bing out. And then the only things I will do, and that I'll consider preparation, is just to clarify. And so the information you wish me to get out of this devil is information regarding this forgotten spell. Are you okay? is the few okay with having their name be used in this conversation, or would they wish to remain anonymous?
Curious. No specifications were made, as they do not understand the workings by which we obtained the spell today. But, well, as I said, their memories are quite long, so perhaps let us not do anything unnecessarily to invite their wrath.
Understood. At your leisure, then.
Very well. He goes and he pulls out a scroll. As he does so, he also places on the ground, he pulls out what looks like a crystal stoppered vial that is filled with red liquid and has like something floating inside of it. I should say sinking. It's sitting on the bottom of the vial. He places that on the ground. He pulls out, and you see the as you've seen before, when scrolls are used, the magic within them ignites. The scroll begins to dissolve. As he reads, there is arcane tongue that is used, but as he finishes, he speaks in common.
I call forth Kinzero of Dis, keeper of secrets and scrolls, to the Lord of the Second. Heed my summon, fiend of the 9 hells of Mator.
All right, I'll go and I'll read the contents as well to Maxim, and let's say, well,
Indeed, it bears resemblance to a paltry level spell, but it is certainly more powerful and nuanced. The few seem to be beings of their word. I think that they will hold true. Here,
yes.
I will provide you with the inks and materials for copying, and I will send for Interim when you are ready.
And the bargain itself seemed rather sufficient. Between you and me, I don't kill many things, so...
Well, then let us hope it never comes to pass.
Very well. Okay.
God, that's so fun.
You are a scribe's wizard, which is actually part of the beauty of having you as part of this ritual. Beyond being really good at reading, you scrolls and contracts. Thank you. Beyond being, which is kind of why Maxim wanted you here. Beyond being really good at that, you can also copy these scrolls really quickly. So I imagine you go and fire those off.
Yep.
You and Maxim have the rest of the day. As you were informed, he called Terveen Sending Stone that Ithrevel will be coming the next day.
If there's any downtime, or
Sure.
at least before I go, I'll sort of ask one last question in passing.
Okay. You and Maxim take to what I imagine for you guys is small talk, but is like deep academic talk to most people.
Yeah.
You know that XKCD comic that's like, oh yeah, people overestimate how little the layperson knows about their field of expertise. It's just that where you guys, I imagine you, Noir, tell me what you think, but I imagine it's like that where you're like, oh yeah, like let's just talk light shop, and it's way deeper than most people can ever follow.
Yeah. But what did Tensor mean when he cast floating disc?
I heard it was to get loot
What's
out of
important to
dungeons.
remember is that there was a habit in those times for various beings of dungeons and depths to keep their coin in inconveniently sized denominations.
It goes on to explain how Tensor's floating disc is really about carrying copper coins out of the dungeon and back to town.
And if I recall, during those times, detection of traps was rather more primitive than usual, although perhaps more efficient. They just carried a 10-foot pole and clacked it wherever they may.
Indeed, there is a simplicity to the past, not to be forgotten.
You guys go on and talk into the night.
Sure.
Mechanus dims and then brightens as day comes. You receive the bing pong alarm that Maxim has set up for someone who arrives at the door that cannot open it via password.
That would be Ithrevel. A reminder, the elves have long memories. I would tread carefully, not that you ever do otherwise. If Danny were here, I would suggest that perhaps this be a solitary meeting, but it is important to make connections. Please, this way.
Shade.
Fucking rude.
Yep.
I think it's a sign of affection that he remembers this much about you.
I don't know.
In fairness,
you got your name right.
Danny has been learning to compose herself for business, although the source that she gets that from is questionable also.
And she is often successful in this manner.
Yes. I will compose myself. Let us proceed.
Perhaps there are many secrets of the multiverse I have yet to learn.
You approach to the entryway. The doors open as Maxim steps up to them. You see, floating where the Prosper once floated, a spelljammer ship. Silver and green. Its sails, it bears a small resemblance to the same kind of galleon that you guys have, but it is far more elegant, almost grown. The green sails are kind of stretched and curved. Is a ship, you can look it up, called a Star Moth.
Ooh, okay. Yeah, those are pretty.
It is fancy, and it just silently floats there. Turned away, now turning towards you as the doors open, you see was indeed definitely an elf. You can tell from the ears that emerge, the long and pointed, that emerge from the long white hair, although any other features are obscured by what is a featureless, domed golden mask that completely covers her face.
Okay.
So there is you cannot see eyes, nothing. There is just completely covered, and then she is covered from neck to foot in black and white, almost vestments. They are draped and flowing, connected like a cape connected at the wrists. Has different like furl. I don't understand fashion well enough, but it has like different bunches and furls to it along the back. It's very layered and intricate. You see, she turns as the door opens. Maxim says, "Ithravel," gives a slight bow. Ithravel curtsies a little bit. "Sage Maxim, I understand it that we have finished our deal."
Indeed. And may I introduce to you my associate, without whom this deal would not be possible, Virla.
Hello.
She gives a secondary curtsy to you, says,
I bow, yeah.
"It is a pleasure to meet you, Virla. I am Ithravel, she who whispers to the heart of the gods as one would to the ear of a lover. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance."
And I yours.
Sorry?
And I yours.
You have what I have asked for.
Yes, and I'll go ahead. I guess I kept both of them. I'll hand one copy to Ithravel.
She takes it delicately, reads it. I remember this one. It has been some time. Thank you for the trip into my memories, Virla. And Maxim. Rolls it up, stuffs it down his sleeve. And now for you. She reaches into a kind of fold that you thought was just fold, but is apparently a pouch, and pulls out. It is folded in possibly small. We're talking like parcel, perhaps like 4 inches by 4 inch sized. And yet as she unfolds it, it spills out into what is clearly a light chain shirt. Silver, reflecting light so dazzlingly that it almost appears to be white. Like each chain kind of reflects as if it's a star.
Very cool.
She hands it to you.
Oh yeah, I take it. Yeah, obviously.
It is so light, it is nearly impossible to tell you're holding it.
This is quite the gift. Thank you.
Your graciousness is recognized. Keep it safe, and it will keep you safe. The craftsmanship of the elves is seldom to fail. Now, I believe there is yet one more thing I must attend to. Sage Maxim, you wish to speak in private?
Indeed. Please. To my sanctum this way. Virla, this should only take an hour. I shall be with you shortly.
Brisk for an elf and a sage.
There's the sense, like, there's definitely a sense to Virla, for the cost of what you guys just had to go through.
Yeah.
Like, this is a real, the chain shirt is, it's definitely not nothing, but the conversation is being weighted equally as heavily, and it's 1 hour. So, like, the questions and the answers have got to be interesting.
Oh, yeah. I make no indication that I'm going to follow them. I stand where I am and I wait.
He leads her not into one of the other doors, but up the spiral staircase into his demiplane. You have free reign to wander about, and, like, you know, look into, you know, like, watch the bugs and stuff that are floating around the Clockwork Swarm staff, things like that.
Sure. Can I just go and look at the spelljammer? I just want to look at it.
An hour comes and goes.
Yeah.
Maxim returns.
And with that, our business is concluded. If you wish to stay and discuss anything else, VR-LA, please feel free to remain my guest.
Has Ethervel and the spelljammer left at this point, or?
Yes, you didn't even see them go, but you assume since Maxim returns, she just... Oh, I guess if you were waiting in the foyer, if you wanted to wait in the foyer to see her go.
Is she watching the spelljammer? Yeah, you probably.
Yeah, honestly,
I
do want to watch the spelljammer, so I guess they would see me out there. Yeah.
Yeah. So you stand outside in the strange light darkness of Mechanus. The doors open. Maxim thanks her for her time. She walks past, gives one final half bow to you, VR-LA. Take well, and take care. Stalks off. The ship silently lifts up and floats away more than flies.
Wow. Very cool.
It is here Maxim says to you what he said before about staying a guest if you'd like.
I appreciate the offer, but I must be back. As I said, my ship is on shore leave. I shudder to think what its owner has done to it in the time that I've been away.
I can certainly understand wanting to remain close to one's possession and home.
Again, you notice Maxim, as he ushered her out, never set foot outside that door. The door's open, she walks out, he like waves, and then he stands just inside the threshold.
If I could, if you could indulge me for one last question, however.
By all means.
I believe it is you, in my first, I think your second or third at this point, I don't remember, but my first encounter with you, along with the rest of the Paraspora, where I heard the term God Botherer.
Yes, be careful whose company you use it in now. You certainly would not have wanted to use it in front of Interim.
No,
the Astral Elves journeyed to the sea in order to be closer to their gods cosmologically.
Oh, I hold no presumptions or judgment. I just simply wanted to know your position regarding the gods.
The gods hold great power. I've seen them do mighty things. I've seen their servants do mightier still. They are but little without us. And the failing of a mortal in the service of a god can be even more devastating than the failing of the god himself.
The servants, typically they are chosen by the god themselves, or the servant has pledged themselves in the name of said god. But it is usually...
It is usually the case that God seeks a patron, or, more often, that a god seeks a follower, or more often that a follower seeks a god. But if you wish to know my wisdom on the matter, in my experience, those truly important, the ones who go on to be the heroes of legend, they are born that way. And it is the universe who must bend to them.
And what if one were to not simply whisper to the gods, but bargain with them?
Let us hope that individual is as good a bargainer as you are with the devil.
Oh, I agree.
Oh, God.
We can only hope. And then I'll just very, awkwardly turn away and thank you for your time, Maxim. I shall...
Time to go.
Hopefully we can meet under... not simply just... not calling upon a favor, but to further discuss our crafts and our vocations. That was enjoyable.
Our conversations are payment enough for company.
Aww.
Please, be well, VR-LA.
Besties.
He's still fellow associating you in public, but he knows you're friends.
Yeah. No, that's fine.
All right.
And I suppose I'll go.
Kiana, you recognize the landing step where you once got kidnapped?
Hey, good times.
Everyone else, you recognize the, very structured shape, I think it's 6, I can't remember, 6 or 8-sided, the house of the Maxim. And you disembark, approach.
I speak the password, Emerson.
The arcane lock disarms, the doors creak open. Where once you fought and lockpicked to try and get in, now you are welcome guests. You enter into the main hall, the fade bing, bing, from the alarm spell. I think the alarm is disengaged by the spell as well.
Yeah.
So you enter, the doors close behind you. What would you like to do?
Traditionally, do I wait for Maxim for him to sort of receive me, or do we just kind of make our way?
Usually
make
he
ourselves
shows
at home?
up pretty quickly, but he doesn't enter at this time.
Oh, huh. Well, I'm sure he won't mind if he receives us in his study foyer place. The Balhanath stage.
Yes,
as we
the
know.
place you did the talking to a devil.
Yes.
You did the what now?
I didn't say anything. I don't know what
says that. Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah.
I'll,
a minute or two passes, and unsure, you make your way down the hall and find yourself in the room that all of you have seen before. Indeed, the place where the illusion you once fought a Balhanath and now you know to be Maxim's sort of casual study. You enter, kind of look around. Things are more or less how you left them, VR-LA. There
Sure.
are, books and racks of these orbs on the wall. The sparse entertainment area sits where it was. You hear from across the room,
VR-LA, I did not expect your return so soon.
and you see actually Finbar's passive perception would pick this up.
Yeah.
Finbar, you see walking out of the clockwork staff on the table a miniaturized Maxim who steps off the table, releases concentration on shrink, and grows back up to normal mechanite size.
Oh, that's so cool.
Did he step off the table, or is that just one really sturdy table?
Okay.
My weight is severely diminished when I am under the effects of this spell. Forgive me, I did not hear you come in. It is inappropriate for for a host not to greet his guests at the door.
Well, you were obviously preoccupied. I hold no ill will.
How'd you get that small? I know it's possible to shrink things, but I've never seen someone go that small.
It is an interesting story involving negotiations with the devil.
Oh.
Indeed. I assume VR has not informed you, but...
I haven't had the time.
Why would you assume that, Max?
Interesting. What keeps you so busy? VR, crew of the Prospera.
I don't know if Delphine came with us, actually, but if she's here, I'll...
Good question. Would you have invited her?
Yeah, sure.
Would you have accepted?
Forgive
Yeah.
me. I do not know who you bring with you. What is
I
your
will let her-
name?
Yeah.
It was a pleasure to meet you there. For me, you are called Maxim. My name is Delphine, keeper of scrolls and histories.
Very well, Delphine, keeper of scrolls and histories. Since you are now alive, the crew of the Prosper, I welcome you to my home. Do not make the mistake of allowing me to regret it.
Certainly not.
Very well. What can I do for all of you?
Not much, actually. There might be something we can do for you. the first time that we had
Interesting.
met again, at least the crew of the Paraspora met you, you had discussed that I had given you Docent, and with your intention to study it further, to maybe unlock any further information that may hold within. Inadvertently, we have done so. I will say, part of the reason why is because Docent no longer inhabits this point, and I point to the vessel in my forehead. Inside is a different arcane intelligence, crafted by an artificer here, or an artificer in Bitopia, rather. We had traded arcane intelligences. This one was a little murdery.
Hey,
so
that's not fair.
I'm told this happens.
Well, I have elected to give her the opportunity to see the world, albeit in a little bit more restrained circumstances. And in return, Casimir will sift through the information in Docent and, in however way he can, send it to me to be able to peruse at my own leisure. But what we have found, I do not know the extent of which I had spoken with you when I first gave you Docent, but my suspicions about it and the general suspicions of another planescape are true. Docent had revealed this explicitly. It originally hailed, not from a spelljammer, but from a skyship called the Ad Astra. A different planescape had made the journey to ours, but cannot make its return journey. I do not know how long this was. All I know is that their members have scattered, intentionally locking away the information behind Docent and crashing their ship into the second layer of Acheron. I figured because these were the grounds for us first meeting, I thought you might know. Want to know, rather.
Indeed. This changes a great many things, and supports a great many theories that have been cultivated not only by myself but others. This information will need to be carefully guarded and disseminated. But, for the moment, congratulations, friend VR-LA. It appears that you unlock some mysteries that you yourself do not know you are seeking to find.
Apparently, yes. A few things came out to me. The alarming parallelisms had been noticed between their planescape and ours. They were called Warforged, the crew of the crew of the Ad Astra. They did not have a spelljammer. They inhabited a skyship. As I understand, skyships do not have the ability traditionally to navigate between planes, but the crew had modified theirs to be able to do so. In our terms, it is the first spelljammer of its kind. And then there is the phrase, Ad Astra Paraspora. Also, and this is new information, the person who had originally held Docent was another scribe, a Warforged, named Vigil. And I do not know how much further I wish to draw this connection of parallelism, but I must confess it is difficult to ignore. I do not know what to make of any of this. Our next course of action is to make our way into the second layer of Acheron, but that might be some time later. I do not know if we are strong enough, first of all. And there is the matter of finding an entrance to the second layer to begin with.
You give much to consider. Indeed, questions are answered. The origin of the phrase Warforged. I'm sure there are some deeper histories to be consulted, but indeed, given if it is indeed brought by the second crew who marooned their ship in Acheron, that would explain many connected but contradictory rumors about the origins of such a pejorative phrase.
Yes. It would also suggest that this it would also suggest that this crew came long ago.
Perhaps time moves strangely within the worlds. Perhaps a similar effect has been had between them. Difficult to say until we have more information.
Yes.
Which, should you learn any, I would be happy to learn in turn. In the meantime, you require passage to Acheron.
That is one of the things on our checklist, yes.
Well, you have provided me a great bountiful information, whether you are aware of it or not. I have a trifle that perhaps shall aid you in such a journey. One moment.
Oh. He leaves, he goes to his treasure room. He comes back with a tuning fork.
Hey.
Oh, wow, alright.
A great collection of such items, should they ever be required by myself or another. This is a tuning fork, attuned to the eternal battlefield of Acheron. Should you use it within your ship, Paraspora, it will transport you to the first layer. However, there is a strange phenomenon between Mechanus and Acheron. Indeed, between many planes who border each other philosophically. It is not unusual for a portal to emerge between them. Normally this would be between corresponding layers. The first to the first, the second to the second, but Mechanus comprises but one layer. Because of this, it might be possible to locate a portal from Mechanus to the second layer of Acheron.
Hey.
Now we're talking.
Simply using a tuning fork to cast plane shift will not do. You will need to use the tuning fork to locate the opening between yourself and the second layer of Acheron.
Oh, this was a good decision.
This.
He would call what it is Thuldanin.
You just locate a portal to Thuldanin.
Thuldanin.
Thuldanin. It's
Thuldanin.
Thuldanin.
Awesome.
Another one
Your
for the
naming
poster
conventions,
video.
man.
Yeah. Hold on.
Gotta
All
write
right.
that one down.
There you
Well,
go. So that's layer 2, and that's the endless scrapyard.
well, that solves one of our issues. But there's still the matter of locating the ship in Thuldanin once we have arrived there. No easy task.
Indeed. There are locate object spells, but their range is...
I wonder if there's a way to make like an amplifier for a spell like that.
That was that was what I was going to ask. If you know of any way to do so.
Innately, I might be able to do so, but such abilities are relegated to those born with talent in the arcane arts. Certainly would be possible. The rules of spells are bent often.
Is it a situation?
Eve allows it to know.
Is it a situation where maybe like we just need a bigger power source to bump the range up? Because we fly around in a giant generator of magical energy, and if we could like, from the ship maybe, if I divert some of the flow from the motive force generator, maybe we can make like an amplification effect or something.
I think if we do that, he probably isn't getting this tuning fork back.
Forgive me.
That would be once we arrive
You
in
speak
Thuldanin.
of matters of which I am no longer an expert. It seems you yourself are already more informed on the matter than I am. I would hesitate to give you bad information as a result.
Very well. Have you any experience with Thuldanin, personally or anecdotally? A coworker, a professional?
I have never been, no, nor do I enjoy to make contact and alliance with those who ally themselves with eternal battle.
Fair enough.
There are foolhardy folk.
And in our caution, The final thing on our checklist is assessing whether or not we are prepared to enter at all in the state that we are in now. There are things more powerful than us, and as evidenced by the encounter we had of the Githyanki in the City of Brass, they are not hard to find. Surely, entering the second layer of the eternal battlefield will attract unsavory folk. I'm hesitant to say that maybe we will be okay, so long as we have the ability to plane shift out. It gives a quick exit, but
Indeed. You
we're
should
still
be able
putting
to
ourselves at
leave
some risk.
if your ship remains properly attuned to your tuning fork and has the prerequisite energy. You should be able to leave hastily. But I confess, though I know little, I am certain that getting where you need to be will be an uphill battle.
Yes.
I think as long as we find the portal from here, and we don't need to use our plane shift, so we keep it in the back pocket to escape, we'll probably be okay.
I agree. That was what I was thinking as well.
Indeed. It is a great boon to be able to travel directly to Thuldanin and not search for a portal from the first layer to the second. You avoid what I am told is a nightmare of cubes.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
kind of cool.
Perhaps you will be right at home in the second layer then.
I'm gonna be.
I think convincing her to leave is going to be the hardest part.
It'll be a vacation for her.
Touch nothing while you are here.
Danny was moments from poking whatever the nearest surface was.
Yeah.
Slowly reels the finger back.
So there's still the matter of finding the Ad Astra once we're in Thuldanin, but I sort of think inward.
Some
Well,
things
guidance on
are
that.
best to do in steps. I say we get there
Perhaps.
first.
Yeah.
And the task may be easier. After all, it is a ship, not from this planescape.
That
It
is
shouldn't
true.
be that hard to find among endless scrap.
No, you are right, Finbar.
Unless it's
As-
all just spelljammers, in which case,
In which case we're never leaving because Danny will never make us.
Exactly.
Understood.
You guys can leave.
It would
I'll
be very
go
funny
live
to
there.
turn. But imagine if we go back to the City of Brass with like 8 other spelljammers in tow.
They're all out.
Which one is
What the
yours?
fuck do you think of that?
Keep your eye on the shell.
Yeah.
No, you are right, Finbar. I have a tendency to think ahead without really considering the thing right in front of me. One step at a time. Let us find Thuldanin. I don't know
Very
if we
well.
have anything else to ask of you, Max.
Just, sidebar. Virla, do you know how to do locate object? Because I don't. And if that's what we're going to try and do with some sort of amplification effect, we need a way to cast it.
I do not have locate object, but I and Emmy have detect magic, and perhaps the idea being that we can try and
Oh, if
We
you
can
could
just-
amplify Emmy, then she might be able to do it.
amplification of Emmy. What, like if it were in the ship?
Maybe. So my thinking is, if you want Emmy in the ship, you're gonna have to do something very similar to what
Yeah.
Casimir did
Casimir
in his
did.
house.
Yeah,
so
no,
that would be a
that's
long process. But maybe
Yeah.
you could hardwire her in.
Yeah,
So,
like
what I'm-
partition
so
a bit of the motive
what I'm
force
s-
generator to like output magical energy.
What
to
we're
Emmy.
saying is that this is
Yeah.
Overclock Part 2 is the title of this
Oh.
episode.
This is very much Overclock Part 2.
yes.
Alright, fuck it, let's do it.
Overclocked again.
Yeah.
Please
Electric
don't
clock
break the
loop.
plane shift tool. We need that to get out.
Well,
What's the worst
fortunately,
that
you
can
don't have to
happen?
plane
I see the
shift to
weave.
get
Been there, done that. Well, Danny, I trust you. You have certainly kept our ship relatively shipshape, so.
Very well. In order to use the tuning fork to locate a portal directly to Thuldanin, you will need to ground it within the geometry of Mechanus. Are you familiar with the magnetic obelisks.
In passing.
No?
Perhaps at one time I did know.
Actually, VR-LA can go ahead and roll a history check.
Sure.
Magnetic
I remember you mentioned them in
obelisks.
episode 7. I don't remember what for, though. 14.
14. Yeah, you know that they're what the Modrons use to like.
Yeah.
They're like GPS markers,
Right.
right? For the Modrons. He explains.
The magnetic obelisks are aligned to the specific geometry of Mechanus and in turn attuned to Primus himself. Each one appears as a glossy black stone, 10 feet high. You'll know them by their hum as you approach. I'm not sure how, but if you were able to connect the obelisk to the tuning fork, then it should grant you the ability to follow the tuning fork to a location. I've never attempted it myself, but I have read study of it done.
Well, jury-rigging two things that shouldn't work together, and so that they work together. That is right up our alley.
Oh, so we're letting Danny access something fundamental to the workings of this entire dimension. I am
Yes.
all for this plan.
I kind of
Well,
got the gist of it last time. It'll be fine.
Luckily, there are none very close to here.
Do
Luckily.
you know where the closest one is? I assume it's in some sort of, I don't know, convenient coordinate.
Indeed.
He kind of goes through some paper. It gives you a bearing.
You're looking for 134 708
8675.
235.
All right, let's go. Thank you,
Doesn't
Maxim.
want to learn the answer? Is Verla feeling okay?
Eventually.
Good luck. Return soon. Your staff should be finished shortly.
Ooh.
Oh, hell yes.
The shrink is
Yes, hell.
aided greatly in the pursuit of this hobby.
Well, I'm glad that was helpful. I can cast that too, guys. So, all right, let's go.
Very
Make
well.
us tiny. Okay. Bye,
You
Maxim.
depart, and we pick up in the great clockwork nirvana, the gears, and the familiar, segmented, slightly humming citadel of... Citadel's a bad word. That's the word for the Kithzerai. The, wizard's tower, essentially, of Maxim.
Where things make sense.
On the far... cosmologically as far apart as you can get, actually.
Yeah. All right, yeah. I guess we're familiar with the routine at this point, so I'll go ahead and park the Paraspora. Yeah.
You guys were just here not long ago.
Yeah.
We're back.
You go, enter there, and indeed are greeted by Maxim, who emerges from a different hallway than he usually comes down, but this is his house after all. He sees you return, he says,
Crew of the Paraspora. How fares your...
and then he stops, does a quick count, mental math, and says,
What dangers did you run into in Fulden?
Oh no!
Many dangers, but rest assured, none that took neither Kiana nor Finbar. They are away on a separate mission.
Forgive me, it's not often to see you separate from each other, and, well, the legends speak for themselves of the eternal battlefield.
Well, Kiana and Finbar are fine, but our fifth member has tragically perished in Thundanim.
What did you say?
Thundanim? 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 Thundalim? Thuridin?
Who's our fifth member?
I'm just fucking with him.
She's just trying to figure out how much attention he normally pays on our visits.
Yeah.
he just like nods, says,
Indeed, pleasure as always, Danny. How might I be of service to you?
Well, allow me to not let that comment go by. Your concern is heartening, but I'm afraid we're here to request that you expedite a bit of work that you are currently engrossed in, and we're here to offer our services to that end. I will fill you
Come
in.
from the staff.
I have, yes. I cannot.
Might I ask, what has occurred that quickens the need for your arm back at your side?
We're gonna storm the
I am-
Gith city that's on the dead god in the middle of the Astral Sea, and we figured we should have the big guns.
Because my old crew is there, yes.
Yeah, for shits and giggles.
Yeah, it's just fun. You know, why not?
Inside everyone is the Danny impression. It's just waiting to come out.
Then indeed, it seems that quite a lot has transpired in the few days since you have last visited me. Come, I make
Yes.
space in my study. You shall regale me with what has happened.
Very well. And I guess as we're going, I'll basically just kind of try and give him the Cliff Notes version of what happened since leaving him at for Thulden, and just like we successfully made our way to an obelisk, and we found we tapped into the resonance of Thulden, and we found a portal, and then we met a very angry Warforged who is another Warforged, and then it turns out that it took 9-10ish hours of travel, but eventually we found, or Emmy was able to hone in. You haven't met Emmy, have you? Oh, there's a lot here.
You did have her when you were last here, but I'm not sure that you really spoke about her.
I don't think so, yeah. It was very businessy.
I'm not sure that we have been properly introduced, although you alluded to the change in your docent. Please
Yes.
spare no details.
You don't have to explain everything, but he asks, he wants you to explain everything as richly as you can. He's very interested that his, what you're now starting to realize might have been a shot in the dark theory about finding a portal to Thuldanin worked. And when you describe the ringing it and how you were able to follow, he mage hands over a quill and paper and starts jotting down notes.
I'll try and be as specific as possible, but I do confess I think I had I was exceedingly lucky in that instance, and then I also had some help notwithstanding. So unless you can get the services of a god, I don't know if it's necessarily replicable.
Perhaps. It requires more study. I will have to seek someone out to replicate it, unless you yourself are looking for work that would be goods to be exchanged for the continued testing of the use of tuning forks to find parallel portals between other dimensions.
That does not sound unappealing, and if we're talking strictly about Thulden, and I'm sure Danny would like another reason to go. Danny doesn't need another reason to go. She'll go.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah. Actually, Danny's gone. She went straight back to the
noticing that
portal.
no one was paying attention to her, she just left and took out back in the Paraspora and started heading for the portal. I'm joking.
She's just been starting
She's heading
pushing
for the
random
border.
buttons.
Every time that you guys turn around in a conversation, I want people to just assume that Danny was seconds away from poking whatever the nearest interesting object was, and then has to stop because
There's a bunch of random stuff in here. You can go look at the vaguely sulfur and brimstone smelling summoning circle that's across the room.
Oh,
Is
the
it
other
mechanical?
smoking
Oh,
gun
yeah.
that Virla didn't tell
Because if
us
it's not
about.
mechanical, I'm not interested in it.
Well, there's lots of you can look at his table and his setup where he's got the staff currently set on some stands so that it's lifted off the table, and there's all sorts of little arcano, springs and gears and stuff littered around. Go ahead and make me your thing where you roll 27 tools.
Tools check. Well, it's not that I roll high, it's that I have a +8 to it. Or no, I have a +12 because it's intelligence doubled plus proficiency is the thing.
Yeah.
And
It's intelligence plus proficiency doubled, but yes.
Wait, so it should be 16 then? Because my...
It should be 4. Your intelligence is +4.
Yes.
And then your proficiency is +4.
Yes.
So it's 12.
Okay, that's what I said.
What you said. Yeah.
Yeah, well, you said intelligence doubled plus proficiency. It's intelligence plus proficiency doubled, but yes.
8
that's the same
doubled is
thing, isn't it?
16, and...
Mathematically, but when your proficiency bonus goes up,
Yeah.
it's going to become very different.
True.
8 doubled is 16, but you're not doubling 8. You're doubling your proficiency bonus, which is
Roll a
+4.
27, Sophia, it's fine.
Yeah, just do it. Just do
Roll
it.
a d20 and add 12.
Okay. Rolled a natural 17, so that is a...
29.
29!
There you
It's
go.
higher than the
Nice.
joke
There
estimate.
you go.
You're looking around, and you're like, oh yeah, no wonder this guy hasn't finished this yet. There's no flow to this workspace at all. Even as someone who is chaotic by nature and doesn't really organize their stuff. You still understand like flow to workspace to maximize efficiency
doesn't even know about
and
mise en
minimize
place. I mean,
mistakes.
come on.
There's like the sense that he's using kind of different disciplines. Like different disciplines that don't really gel very well probably together. He's just kind of like there's kind of the sense that there's the arcane version of duct tape on the table at some point, you know? So as Virla is explaining everything and Maxim is like, you know, first off, tell me about this dude that you met, and like, because he is kind of like an anthropologist at heart, but he also wants to know about like the effects you felt while you were there, the entire thing about the stone curse, the forgettings. He is exceedingly interested in like the exact details you can give for that. So there was a long conversation to be had while Danny
I'll
fucks
mention
off.
the boat with the slod brain gem thing necessary in order to Styx-proof the ship that we found.
Curious. I know that such ships do exist. They often belong to Morenoloths, but I was under the assumption that it was an innate enchantment to the fiend's inherent nature. I wonder if perhaps this is a separate feature altogether, or if indeed this is a cultural secret they guard amongst themselves. He just like starts going off on all that.
Yeah.
Fearless listening. He's not letting him
These
stop
two
at all.
were talking about their shit. Danny just starts trying to clean up the table to make it more manageable.
Danny's trying to organize for
cleaning is
Maxim?
such a-
What a slight!
Danny, your insights. I think you're actually of decent insight.
I have a plus
right?
3.
Yeah, go ahead and roll me an insight check. Actually,
Hey man, does this spark joy?
Natural 18,
Does
so
this
that's
fuck-
a 21.
Yeah, I've alluded to this before with the sense that Virla was getting, where it's like, oh, it's kind of like Maxim puts down and picks up projects. I think Danny's getting the other half of this, which is that he projects a very controlled master of his domain aura and personality, but there's the sense that he is not actually an infallible machine. He is person, and that bleeds through in the fact that he's got like these little messes, and like he's not really an expert on what he's doing. He's kind of like working from a lot of experts' different takes and advice to try and do some of this stuff. So he's more master of no trades kind of sense, and instead relying on, you see like books open with pages to like, you know, people who are experts on this stuff to guide him through. He's got a lot of hobbies going on that he's simultaneously trying to master.
He's just like me.
He's
for
just
real.
like
Oh,
Maxim logicking his way through an ADHD diagnosis
right.
and reevaluating his entire life.
You're not fully wrong.
His facade is hanging on by a thread.
What do you tell him of the Ad Astra?
I will be explicit that it turns out that was not my first trip, nor the Paraspera's first trip. Actually, no, it might have been the Paraspera's first trip, because if Emerson got the inspiration for the Paraspera from the Ad Astra, then they might not have had the ship.
It might not have been built yet.
Yeah,
It's still
anyway.
unclear when you had the ship. Definitely something was done to the ship post finding Ad Astra, because there's just like similarities. But it's unclear if you sailed through Fuldanen, or if you guys like did the thing that Vice was doing, where he was just walking from cube to cube, which is of course very dangerous, but possible. People do it.
Yeah, but he'll basically recount that, how there was nothing left technology-wise that was salvageable. How the only things that were left behind was evidence of the crew of the Ad Astra and the old crew of the Paraspera.
Indeed. It is a shame that this stone curse so thoroughly afflicts everything within that realm, or else it might be possible to gauge the age of the ship, the exact date at which these Warforged emerged, or rather arrived. It would be of great interest to me, and I fear it is perhaps lost to time.
Yes, that was our assessment as well. And then basically he's gonna kind of skirt over the one-on-one that he had with Emerson, and basically just kind of like wrap it up by saying, I had another vision. Or actually, no, he's not gonna say that. He's gonna say, but there was enough evidence on the Ad Astra that suggested that. What is Vera going to say? There was enough evidence on the Ad Astra for him to fix enough of his memories to figure out where to repiece the memories that he had lost around the events that around the events of him losing his crew.
Do I
He's going to kind of
catch
fully change that.
him saying that? Because I don't think he mentioned
definitely catch-
Emerson to the crew when he was talking about the recap, did he?
Yeah. Was it?
But you,
I don't think you did.
But I went to the ship, so I know there was jack shit there.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Danny. You definitely hear it. Go ahead and make a deception check, Virla.
Ooh.
Still make
yes.
We're also gonna roll for
Oh, Maxim.
Maxim. Oh, Maxim didn't roll great.
Oh, Mistra, please. Oh, that's a natural 19. Okay, 17.
Your deception is -2?
I'm not very charismatic.
My god, man.
Danny, insight.
It's a natural 14 plus 3, so 17.
Nah.
That
Beats
is
it.
Battle of
That is a
Wills.
success.
Lightning
I'm
crackling.
gonna call it. I'm gonna call that like a bare success. Virla, what do you think in this moment with like Danny realizing there's a lie, but not necessarily getting like everything? What does she learn from this insight?
We might need to cut this bit out because I legitimately don't remember whether or not Virla had mentioned Emerson to the crew.
I don't
Which
think
is-
you mentioned the Starlight apparition at all.
No.
And I think you skipped over how you got any memories of that situation.
I
Yes,
think you kind of
because I
alluded
think he
to
just kind of
Mistra,
blurted out.
Yeah.
You indicated that, like,
How?
the main thing you told us was, like, the deal with Mistra, why you got locked out of Sigil for, like, a round. I don't think, and if I'm wrong, audience, you need to direct all your vitriol just
talked
to
about
me.
this. We
Just
just
my
talked
ads.
Yep.
Spare them. They know not what they do.
Maxim rolled a 15, by the way.
Oh, baby.
So close.
So he's
Awesome.
like, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Working under the assumption, then, that Virla did not mention anything about Emerson or the Starlight apparition, Danny fully clocks that, because you were also looking into ways to fix Virla's data spheres in his memory with Casimir's books, and so that kind of caught your ear. Kind of like, if there was stuff on the ship that would have helped me fix Virla's memories, I would have found it by then, you know? So you know that he's fully lying about that. I would say that that's kind of all you would clock. You don't necessarily know why he lied.
Danny immediately intuiting that Virla, after a huge confession, is still keeping things to himself.
Danny is seconds away from blurting
He's
it
a
out,
noble.
and then like
He's a private.
Plug puts his face in her mouth, like in her face, and she's like, "All right, I'll think about it for later."
Maxim is pretty insightful, but too deep in like piecing out what all this might mean historically to like catch on to the hand wave of like, oh, I was able to figure it out. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Says, indeed, I confess to you, Virla. The staff is ultimately yours. Should we be able to finish it, then I see no problem re-exchanging it to you.
Thank you.
But this goal you've achieved, this goal you've set to achieve, the rescuing of your crew from Tuna Earth. Even with as powerful an item as this, I fear it is folly, and I would not lightly send you marching to your grave.
You say that Maxim's not going to send us marching to our grave?
Maxim says he's not going to idly send you marching to your grave. He's basically saying like, listen, I'm going to give you the staff if you want it. Like, I think of it as yours, but I'm not going to give it to you to go die.
Yeah.
Right? Not in a sense of withholding it, in a sense of like, if that's the only chip I have to keep you from committing suicide, from dashing yourself upon the rocks, then that's what I'll use.
Full disclosure, I do not think I think that if I were to use the staff in Tunarith, was the
Yes.
how it's pronounced?
Tunarith.
If I were to use the staff in Tunarith, it would be as a last resort. I think we are all in agreement that we are going to have to employ more subtler tactics in order to get in and abscond with my crew. No, the staff is in order to gain another piece of the puzzle. Someone who was there, that we had recently met, in my case, re-met. And as far as pure combat goes, I'll take all the help that I can get. But rest assured, Maxim, and once again, your concern is endearing. We are putting thought into this.
I would expect no less from you. I do not think that you plan to barrel in like amateurs, but the method of which you speak entering, even if you are able to gain information, even if you are able to plan accordingly, as you speak flippantly of employing stealth and subterfuge to enter, that might very well be a path that could be taken by the greatest thieves in the planescape, which, if you would forgive me, I do not count you among.
No, we're not very good at stealing things. You cannot talk me down from this, I'm afraid. So then, the only course of help that you could give, in addition to giving me my staff, would be anything else that could possibly aid us.
Make me a persuasion check.
One of these days, I'm gonna have to come up with a reason why Virla's not charismatic.
A reason?
2.
Yes! Yes!
It's not even worth a flash of genius. There's no way to. I can't help.
He remains inscrutable.
Yeah. Regardless, I am here for my staff. You've been at it for the better part of a year. Surely it must be finished by now.
I wouldn't bet on it.
Going for the jugular!
He
Well, about that.
and you kind of flip it on him. He goes,
I have been imploring this new spell delivered to myself by you in order to perfect and fine-tune the arcane workings within the staff. However, I have run into a small problem. Insects that the staff creates, in my attempts to make them more magically charged, they have begun to resist, and indeed in some cases he kind of rubs his face a little
Workers
bit.
of the clockwork staff unite.
Consume magic, which has made my entering somewhat perilous.
Okay.
What is this, a Michael Crichton novel?
Oh my god, it's exactly
We
a Michael
accidentally
Crichton
engineered
novel.
magic-eating wasps?
There's a joke in Portal 2 where Cave Johnson, the eccentric CEO of Aperture Science, basically says over a series of intercom messages, hey, our next experiment is injecting scientists with mantis DNA. And then, hey, new guy, we've axed that project and we're giving you a new one. Killing an army of mantis men. Go pick up your shotguns and exit to right stage left. And that's all I can think of right now.
I can't believe Maxim was so preoccupied with whether or not he could do it.
He never stopped to ask.
Stopped to think
There
of it.
is a Michael Crichton novel called Prey that is literally a swarm of nanorobots that feed on the
God.
scientists who created them.
Bees?
I'm so happy that this is happening.
This is the bees episode?
This is the bees episode.
It's just,
I can't believe that we're going to be
S3
having our
episode
episode
8
talking with
bees?
like the chillest, most like lawful monk in the world, and these guys off in the law dimension are going to be having a bug hunt. Bees! A drunken bug hunt.
So, I do believe that the problem should solve itself if the arcane program within the staff should be repaired. And
Perhaps he kind of thinks kind of shifts his position from awkward and embarrassed to kind of flash of brilliance.
perhaps the two of you are just what is required. The difficulty is that if I enter, well, under the effects of my own shrink spell and lose concentration. The effects could be rather disastrous for myself and for the staff. But since I am able to bend the arcane laws and cast a spell upon 2 willing beings at once, I could shrink the both of you, thereby ensuring that neither of you will lose concentration and be crushed by your own return to normal size within the staff.
I turn to Danny. Well, what do you think?
Let's smoke them out. Oh, like produce flame in my hand.
Very well, Maxim. Wait, what? You're what?
You know, bees. They're like, the beekeepers always use the smoke stuff to control. I bet if we just get in there and like create a lot of smoke, problem solved.
1, they're metal. 2, they're wasps.
Same difference.
Okay, very well. Very well, Maxim. We shall debug my staff.
Yes.
Oh, boo!
Very well. You guys teleport to the table. Noticing you reappear, Maxim releases his concentration. You step off as you both grow. He looks at you. He says,
That was unexpectedly fast.
Yeah, it's easy when you know what you're doing.
Oh my god!
I'm with her on this one, actually.
My apologies. I've put much work into it, but it's far from my domain of expertise.
It looked like you were having fun with it. It's okay.
he goes, picks it up, says,
I believe this is yours.
passes it to Virla.
Aww.
At last. So my right arm is
My arm
complete
is
again.
complete.
I was thinking the same thing.
Bunch of theater
man.
kids. What are we doing
Yes,
here?
yes.
I love a good musical reference.
Sorry for the quick exits, Maxim, but I think they avoided some sort of catastrophe, but even so, we should probably be there to collect them.
That doesn't sound good.
No. We're gonna need more diamonds.
God damn it.
Anyway, thank you very much, Maxim. I will be back, if for no other reason than just to share the rest of what I had learned in this last however long I've been on this particular journey.
Go ahead and make an insight check for me.
Oh.
Oh, he's gone. He's leaving. He's like, you're too chummy. I gotta
Get out of my house.
It's like when you go to
I gotta
Starbucks one
cut
too
off
many
before I'm
times.
burned again.
It's like when you go to Starbucks one too many times and the barista knows your name, so you're like, I can never go there again. Oh fuck. Well, that's a natural 3, so that's probably not gonna amount to anything. Yeah, I mean, even I think I have like a +2 to wisdom. Yeah.
Oof.
Oh no, +6 to checks. Right, insight. Yeah, +2. So, 5.
You sense a shift in his demeanor, but it's hard to pin down exactly. He kind of turns a little bit and says,
Very well. Before you go, we have parted on such terms once in the past. I would not regale you with my words from then, as I do not think they would fall on any less deaf ears than they would now. But you had ventured to rescue an ally before. You achieved it, though it seemed impossible. Before you leave, may I simply ask, how many more times do you think you may bend the odds for your favor? How long until somewhere the bill comes due, whether it is for you or for someone else?
I don't bend the odds without direction. I bend the odds so that what comes due will come to me only. I will keep doing this for as long as I can, and for as long as the gods may let me. I know that's not what you want to hear.
Let you indeed.
He turns and looks at you full in the eye now. He says,
I knew a man of your conviction once. He was a good friend of mine. The universe came to claim its bill on him. And now I have no friends.
If that may be your perception, do not be mistaken though, Maxim. The care I show for Kiana and my crew, and Danny and Finbar, I extend to you as well. If I were to come and find you taken from your home, you will see that conviction again.
make a charisma check.
Come on, man. Give him a break.
Persuasion, I don't think you're proficient, but persuasion.
Yeah.
3.
How'd you do?
Oh, a 3. I got a 3. Believe it or don't.
I do not take you for a fool, Mila, so do not speak like one. Should we return from your journeys, I expect that there is still much business we may conduct together.
So you're still friends?
All right, Danny, let's go.
Hi,
Make sure the others
I'm here
haven't.
too.
Can Danny get a read on what that was?
The tension is
If Danny wants to try.
100%. That was the weirdest conversation Danny has ever sat through.
Roll an insight check, Danny.
Natural 20.
Yes!
Danny's in the back
Plus
just
3.
twirling her guns, and then she's like, wait, what?
You watch this all go down. How close? I assume Danny's giving it like a little space.
Yeah, she probably was standing over towards the table where the clock
Just
is,
sliding up directly behind Virla,
gears
just like
around
stop.
on the table and like realigning things, just like puts in with anything she can reach. If there was equivalent, like if there was a table with chips on it, she'd be sitting in the back of the room munching on some chips. But
you watch this go back and forth, tense and somewhat disguised dialogue, but I think maybe it's your time at the heap having guarded relationships, but you watch someone who was beginning to become friends with Virla watch him for a multiple time, like again, throw himself into what is certain death. And Maxim, you understand his deep conviction in the balance of the universe and the inevitability that everything is somewhat futile. Right? That good and evil and law and chaos are never going to win. It's just going to be this back and forth for all eternity, and everything you do in the face of that is going to wind up being effort that hurts you in the end. You watch as Virla recommits himself to the opposite of that notion, that things can't change, and to prevent going through the pain he's gone through in the past, he reaffirms the business relationship of himself and Virla, and the relationship that was becoming far more casual to the point where he kind of was taking payment for the staff as like, yeah, tell me what you did and like how it worked, but was very casual about it and was not the first time you met him he was like, I'll give you this for this. It was very transactional. That his movement away from that you think has been has faltered, and he's moved back into this is transactional because I can't risk being hurt by this again.
That's fair. I'm just saying, Austin, it's gonna take a couple of trips back to Maxim for Virla to catch on to that.
Probably.
Danny,
we'll see how long Maxim can keep that up.
Danny just watches.
Does Danny say anything?
Bunch of fucking idiots, and keep munching on a chip in the background.
We should have. I know he wouldn't have done it. We should have asked Maxim to come along. I feel like it would have been fun. I turn to Danny when I say that.
Man, you are so bad at reading social situations, aren't you?
Just the little jaw drop at Danny saying that. Like, how bad did it have to be?
In the party.
Mechanist.
Fucking smart,
That-
Austin.
Home away from home at this point. Place you've been to many times. The sanctum of Maxim. You let yourself in?
Yeah. Speak the code word, Emerson, and I will let myself in.
All right.
Last time, I think I just kind of went. I actually don't remember. I'll wait in the lobby because I'm just trying to keep that courtesy anyway. So
A minute or two passes, tense silence, and then the familiar sound of metal feet on hard stone floor. Maxim enters.
Virla, to what do I owe a surprise?
hello, Maxim. I would like first to let you know that your staff worked wonderfully, and I'm very appreciative of the upgrades that you had installed in it. Secondly, I'm glad to inform you that the mission that I had embarked on with the rest of the Paraspora proved successful, and most of the old crew of the Paraspora is alive and well. And a good portion of that is... I think Virla's kind of lying, because I don't think he actually used the Staff of the Clockwork Swarm during that, but he'll be nice. And a good portion of that is thanks to you.
You flatter me. It is not my staff, but yours. That transaction is complete. I am glad I was able to aid you in your endeavor, however. I am to assume that even though you are accompanied by none of your kinsmen, that all are well.
They are. Yes, they are out doing odd jobs and errands for a... this is kind of sad to say. An uncharacteristically happy occasion. And I go and hand him the invitation.
Uncharacteristic indeed. It is rare that an adventurer is able to voluntarily, peacefully leave the life behind them for something greater. My congratulations are extended to Finbar and this lease. I hope that they are very happy. Unfortunately, I will not be able to attend.
I figured something as much. The invitation was more a symbolic gesture, an official invitation, quite literally. I do have another gift for you, though. I will hand him one sending stone. It's not a perfect fix, but if you would like at all to be in some way, shape, or form present at the ceremony, we can communicate via these, and I hold up the other half.
He accepts it, says,
Your flattery extends even beyond what is necessary. I am appreciative of the gesture here, but know that the lengths to which you go are, well, they are not required of you.
No, I figured not as much, but it is what I wish to do as a friend.
I feel it pertinent to point out that before any misunderstanding is made, I am aware that you have clearly changed in these last weeks.
and he glances down to the medallion that's hanging off your side, with the symbol of Mistra on it.
You asked me once what I considered of those I once spoke of as god-botherers. I told you that I thought the greatest among them were not chosen, but born with destiny. It seems to me that perhaps you are one of those few. if that is the case, and this road is set before you, to be taken whether you choose or not, though it is a road I will not follow down again.
I suppose just then to clear up any confusion, am I to understand that I cannot avail of your services anymore?
Certainly not. I would be happy to assist you in any services that you may require in the future. If you wish to avail of my friendship, or more, then I have fear that is now an incompatible future.
I see. Thank you for your honesty.
To sadden you.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
He says, I do not say this to sadden you.
No, I know you don't. But I thank you for your honesty. I will be sure to avail of your services in the future. And if this is truly what you wish, then I will also be sure to withhold my friendship. It will take some time. Relationships are two-sided.
It is far from what I wish. It is only what I perceive as necessary.
I thank you then for indulging me on this then. I kind of give a slight bow and then I start to walk away. Before I leave...
What'd you say?
What were you going to say first?
He says, could I ever convince you otherwise? That perhaps the path you walk is one you should reconsider.
If I was born into it, I don't know if there's much else I can do. But even if I wasn't,
Try.
You of all people, asking for change.
I saw those unable to change accept their fates gladly, despite the pain it caused. I would never forgive myself if I did not at least attempt to see it through differently.
I understand. And I am sorry for any pain that I might have unearthed for you. But you had mentioned, and I say this as I'm walking away like a badass. You had mentioned that it was surprising to see me change. And I agree that when we had first met, and even before, availing of the services of a god was not one that I had intended on doing at all. Perhaps fate is not the only thing one can strive to rebel against. The nature of one's being can change. The circumstances of one's situation can be recontextualized. Old painful memories always have a chance to be supplanted with better ones. I learned that the hard way. It is my wish that perhaps that journey for you will not be as painful.
I'd like for you to make me a persuasion check, and I'd like for you to do it with advantage.
Ooh. This is the
Hey,
most
audience, we know
amicable
how this happened last
non-breakup.
time. That was a 2 and an 18.
Woo!
So 16.
He simply nods.
Let us both hope for a better future for the other.
I hold up the sending stone again. I hope to hear from you when I walk out.
Don't lose my number, babe.
You shall.
All right.
Well,
And
that
with that-
sucked.
That was very amicable by non-breakup standards.
And with that, we conclude the story of VR-LA. By the way, we totally forgot. I assumed you were Skyping Maxim in for all this.
Yes. I don't know if I'm Skyping Maxim in for all of this, but definitely during the ceremony.
How is he Skyped in?
A fallen sending stone is just on the ground going, Birla. Birla, what is happening? It's not here anymore.
Shit.
Danny, you're up.
Really not making a great case to stay friends with them.
All right. You take plug. Everyone approaches the front door to Maxim's.
I'll speak the code word Emerson and enter.
The doors open as they have before, and as you guys enter, quickly arriving, you see Maxim. I guess Voss has not met him at all, correct?
Nope, not at all.
No. So yeah, Voss, you see a similarly tall mechanite, just like Virla, this time gold-plated though. He's wearing kind of these like blue-gray robes, and mostly kind of like gray robes with kind of like blue trim on them. And yeah, he looks wizardry in his dress, but I guess he's plated in gold, but other than that, there's nothing too flashy about him. He's not carrying a staff or anything. He approaches, he looks at you, and he says, Virla and crew of the Paraspora, is there some service to which I may offer my assistance?
Yes, there. I'd like to first apologize for the shoddy reception during the wedding. We were waylaid with several encounters, but it was through there that we were, I suppose, reintroduced to Voss, who I don't think you have who you haven't met yet.
That was going to be my next question. I see that you no longer travel to Finbar. I take it that the ceremony then was not a complete disaster.
No, only a partial disaster, but successful ultimately.
Excellent. I'm glad to hear it. It is rare for one to succeed in exiting that line of work. You say your name is Voss.
Bloodless Voss, mate. Howdy. Pleasure to meet you.
Don't you have blood now?
Is that your full name?
Well, okay, yes, technically I have blood.
He's still paler than other Githyanki, but he does look a little better as of late.
It's a stick. I've been doing it for a while now. I don't know what I'll be at when all the color comes back, but I've got time. We'll workshop it. Bella doesn't get an opinion though.
I swear to God.
Anyways, apologize, mate. Pleasure to meet you. He holds his hand out with a big toothy grin.
He says, would Bloodless Voss be your complete name then?
Yeah. There's I don't have any other ones, so yes, I think so.
Indeed. It seems it falls out of style in the planescape.
He shakes your hand and beckons.
So it is business then, for which you visit me, I assume, yes?
Of course, yes.
Understood.
We have need of upgrading the Paraspora in order to accelerate it to a really, really fast speed, for lack of eloquence.
To use the technical term.
Before you start to say all that, he beckons. He wants you guys to all come sit in his study,
sure,
and he leads you into the library. But yes, sitting down, he invites you to speak, and you say that, and he says,
I see. And for what purpose might this serve?
Well,
to complete the...
no, I mean...
Were you going to say something?
We gotta break the rules of the Planescape in order to save the Planescape is kind of the TLDR.
The completion of the mission that was set by the Paraspora's old crew.
I see.
Now, for context for the players, you guys are entering what I'm considering somewhat similar to a skill challenge. You guys are entering a negotiation. So, we're trying something new here. There are good outcomes here. Great outcomes, in fact. Repairing relationships, getting what you need. There are also poor outcomes. You guys are about to begin your negotiation. And if you want to make any arguments, you let me know, and then you say what you would like to say to Maxim. He needs some convincing. He will ultimately help you. I'll say that. I don't want you guys to think that he's not going to, give you something helpful here. Like, the worst case scenario is not like he's just like, get the fuck out of my house and gives you nothing. But there is the potential to damage this relationship beyond repair if you guys find yourself unconvincing. There's the potential to mend this relationship and get stuff out of him if you are convincing enough. So, keeping in mind not just your skills, but who he is as a person, his own ethos, his outlooks, the things that he cares about, and the things that he would find offensive. As you say that you are completing the mission, he says,
I see. And you hold this to be a necessary task, even after everything it has already cost you.
Honestly, normally no. However, there are worse forces in the Planescape that seek to achieve the same goals that Emerson had. It is for, primarily, the reason of being able to stop them that we have been motivated to complete this.
The never-ending fight.
Yes.
And what happens after this victory? Then what?
It's not so much that we're thinking about what happens next, but ensuring that everyone has the opportunity to have it next. If our enemies are successful, there's no more Planescape, so if you want to keep living in it, like we want to keep living in it, the only
this
option
is an
to
argument
struggle.
that is an argument that is appealing. Obviously, the like everything will go wrong, but I would not say that it like directly appeals to one of Maxim's like core beliefs. So I would like you to make me a persuasion check, please, to see if you are able to convince, like, if you're able to move him with that argument.
Rating, it's actually pretty good. That's a 17 total.
17. Okay. He nods. He says,
Well, I suppose that if all of this does hang in the balance, it is in my interest to help you. Tell me of your problem.
I'll turn to Danny for this one.
Yeah, so essentially we need to make our ship go as fast as possible, and while we have some ideas, the actual arcane implementation needs a little bit more research than we personally have our hands on. We're particularly interested in ways we could utilize Demon Ichor to turbo boost the ship, to use the technical term. But, we need to make sure we account for protection as well. We've already upgraded our shielding and integrated arcane intelligence with the ship in order to help with the navigation, but the actual speed itself is something that we could use a hand with.
I see. Demon Ichor can indeed be used. Has been used traditionally with soul engines. My understanding is that is a specific reaction with the construct that is made in hell, but perhaps could be used here. Demon Ichor replied, yes, it would provide a short boost, I assume. I'm sure it would have an equally strong reaction with a motive force generator, but it would be impermanent. You would need something more durable. Something of a longer effect.
How much longer are we talking?
Depends on how long you need to go. I don't know. A moment, a minute. You came to me with the requirements. I
If I recall correctly, it's the length of the river Styx.
Well, it's the infinite abyss that we'd be launching ourselves down like a railgun.
The infinite abyss. Well, in that case, there was probably nothing long enough. You might as well do what you can. You seek to sail down the infinite abyss, and you think... He kind of pauses, throws his hands up. This is what is necessary in order to, as you say, save the planescape. What manner of threat
Mate,
approaches
I'm
that
telling you.
requires such a tactic?
I've been telling myself the same thing. I don't know if it'll actually work, but I haven't known.
Don't say that. Don't say that.
I haven't known everyone here for that long a time, but we're talking to the smartest people here I know, right? And if it means we have to go through the infinite abyss at breakneck speeds, break a planescape or two, I think that's what we're going. We have to let go of the ridiculous and focus on just making these things possible, right?
All right. Is Voss trying to make an argument? To Maxim. Okay. So he's trying to convince him that to embrace the strangeness of this request, basically. Okay. This is another argument that could be convincing that does not necessarily align with his ethos. So there is a check involved with this. I'd like you to please make me a persuasion check.
Come on, Voss.
All right, here we go.
So behind the scenes, Maxim has an interest score and a patience score.
Mm-hmm.
Every time you have to make a check, his patience goes down, but if you succeed, his interest also goes up. If you make an argument that appeals specifically to his beliefs, then you can make his interest up without reducing his patience. When the patience hits 0, that's the end, and wherever he is in his interest, that's the benefits you'll receive. I have a chart here of what you will receive based on how much you've convinced him.
Ooh.
So, Voss.
It's a natural 15.
Okay.
Plus 12.
27. Okay. This goes up. This goes down. He looks at you.
You have an optimism that I have seldom heard before. I've heard it said that when there is no good choice to be had in front of you, you must simply do what is right. Do you believe that's this course of action?
Yes. And honestly, at its core, we know that we just cannot do nothing. We must do something. There is an opportunity for us to accomplish this and stop the enemy. I do not feel comfortable putting it in the hands of others when I know that we have the potential to do so.
It sounds to me like you're trying to appeal to his belief in you. Basically, I don't believe that anyone else. Like, I'm not going to leave this to someone else. Like, not only do I believe it needs to be done, that's not something that he necessarily always agrees with. But you saying like, I feel the need to do it myself. Go ahead and make me a persuasion check, Virla.
Come on, Virla, don't fuck this up.
Okay.
Come on, dude.
Okay.
All you have to do is roll good.
Yeah. I'm gonna use my dice. They're,
okay.
They're fancy bougie dispel dice. Let's see. 12?
Plus?
No, it's 14 minus 2.
Oh, God.
If there's anything else anyone wants to do,
I would like to use a flash of genius to look admiringly at Virla and try and.
Okay. This is kind of an important check, Danny. If a flash of genius, if you want to use this for a +5, bringing his total to a 17. What?
Yeah.
What would you say to compel the argument, your faith in Virla and his choices here, the fact, your belief in your crew, to convince him that you are the ones who need to undertake this dangerous mission?
Right. If it changes anything, I think Virla's point was more. Sorry, I know Virla has said like, me personally, I can't leave things in the hands of others. It has to be me personally. But like in this context, Virla is referring more to like the crew as a collective.
Yeah, I assumed as much. I assumed as much.
Okay, cool.
So
cool.
Belief in yourself and the crew, Danny. The argument that Virla is trying to make. What do you What do you say or do to support this?
Yeah, it's not that we're doing this because we want to, or even because circumstances have been contrived to make us. I think there's a world where, I don't know, personally, I don't think all of us would be trying to gun and break the rules of the planescape, but this is something that only my crew could pull off. And Virla's faith in us is not misplaced. I can only hope that you can see the logic of that too.
All right. With a +5 to your 12. I was going to say this to the end, but I've been using his passive insight as a DC for basically his stubbornness. Yeah. His insight is a 17. His passive is 17. The DC is 17.
Okay. That's a success, right?
That's a success.
Okay.
Yay.
Mark that off. He says,
I see. And when all is said and done, if it is done, what will you do then?
He addresses it to the group, but there is a sense that he means it specifically towards Virla.
It's your ex.
Hey!
His what now?
Later. We'll gossip later.
Not canon.
Sidebar.
These last few weeks has been eye-opening, to say the least, as far as what I had considered my obligations and my priorities. And I am arrogant enough to call myself smart. And I will say the smartest thing that I have learned is that I do need to consider a shift in said obligations and priorities. I will answer this call because I am confident in my abilities and in the abilities of my crew. I will answer the call because it is the right thing to do. But afterwards, I'm not necessarily beholden to such calls. I would love to keep sailing on the astral sea, but perhaps not in the capacity with the same risk of danger that has been invited so far. Finbar, his final lesson is a lesson in how to step back. I aim to implement it.
With that final message, an appeal to the notion that the adventuring life does not have to be one that ends in death. You appeal directly to Max's motivation. There is no roll necessary.
Whew.
You guys end the negotiation with Maxim at a patience of 1 and an interest of 5, the highest interest that he can achieve.
Jesus Christ.
He nods. He says,
Very well. Then, under certain conditions, I will be happy to help you in whatever way I may.
First, let us consider. He starts to talk, and then you guys hear like a ding, ding, ding kind of sound that comes from the walls of his sanctum.
God, if someone steals my ship on this goddamn plane again, I'm gonna
and
fucking...
he gives like a look. He goes,
Dexter knows about this place, doesn't he?
I was gonna say.
Shit.
Dexter has been here. He gives kind of a look, and he
Let's peculiar out the alarm.
he has if you guys remember, he has like an alarm spell set up.
Yeah, I remember. We set it up the first time we came here.
Yeah. He kind of goes. He pulls up. He has like an ambient, like arcane eye surveillance, basically. And you guys see for the first. You guys have never seen this before, but apparently there's a thing he can do. He kind of pulls up. There's like this major image kind of situation. It's like it's smaller than a bread box. He kind of pulls up this little image of like you're looking at a security cam, but it's 3D. It's like looking outside at the world. And you see that there's like the gear and the wall outside. And you see that there are about a dozen-ish figures standing like around it, kind of like some are like leaning up against it, others are touching it, there's a few standing back, and he kind of like waves his hand, it zooms in, and you see it's Sarth of Githyanki. There's 10 Githyanki out here.
Yoy.
Looks like we got some friends.
He goes,
To clarify, these are not friends.
Oh, right, yeah.
Although we could be jumping to conclusions. You never know.
He goes, I've taken it from your demeanor that these are, well, friends or foe. They are foolish. They're attempting to transmute the wall. Fortunately, when I built them, I embedded it with Telstang, protect against shape-changing magic. Technique invented by Alistair Blacklock, actually. They're not going to get in that way. And then you see there's kind of like a vibration. There's no sound, but there's like it shakes a little bit. And you see the Gith all move out of the way as a red dragon walks up to the wall, rears back and begins to breathe fire, and he goes,
that'll do it.
That will do it, though.
Right, okay.
You guys watch as the wall over across the room starts to turn red, and then turn like orange, and then red, and then start to smoke. Little pieces of stone like pop out from the heat behind it.
Well, let it never be said that your visits are not interesting.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to do it. Oh God, please like me.
That's all right. You guys. All right. I would like everyone to please roll initiative as Maxim is. Well, you guys have. We're gonna give a round. So if there's anything you would like to accomplish, and we're gonna roll initiative. Maxim pulls out from his pocket. He pulls out a small crystal that looks almost. It's like it's a circle. It's like it's like radial symmetry. It's got radial symmetry. It's got all these little spires coming out of it. And he places it on his forehead. It just kind of sticks there. And he looks out at the people approaching. At the wall it's about to go. Okay. 38 damage he takes. Yeah. Actually, even on a save, those guys taking half damage, it's still. Oh wait. What was it? It was 33.
33 was the base 33. For all of the d8s.
Yeah.
So that would be 16.
So 16. Yeah.
They have 14
we're in
hit
Mechanus.
Points. Oh!
No!
Thank you for
Mechanus, you
reminding
piece
me.
of shit!
Man, do you know how many times I've forgotten
I gotta
that?
be impressive in front of Maxim. I gotta
So what-
abide by the goddamn rules. Shut the fuck up.
It's Maxim's turn.
Unfazed boss.
Yeah, so, all right.
Does Maxim have a higher dexterity than I do?
Oh, did you guys roll the same initiative? You did! Never mind, it is your initiative. My mistake.
I was about to be very impressed.
Nope, he's got a +0 dexterity.
Great.
Hey, samesies.
He's gonna be bad off if this thing casts, if this thing breathes fire on him. He also has a -1 strength, I think. Maxim. Alright,
gonna fight.
he will...
The girls are fighting.
Why not? He's not want to hold on to something. He's gonna cast telekinesis on this Gith motherfucker.
Hell yeah.
He's gonna make a charisma check tested by the knight's strength check. So this is 4v5. So here we go. I'm gonna roll the same dice so that it's I'm not weighing in one direction. All right. The Gith knight's say resistance is a total of 16. Maxim needs to roll a 17 to beat that. He rolls a natural 1. He is going to spend a sorcery point, though, to re-roll it.
Yeah.
Because he can spend a sorcery point to re-roll ability checks. So he needs to hit a 13 or higher. 16! 30, 20.
Ooh,
So,
yeah.
There we go.
Let me mark off one of Maxim's sorcery points. And then...
You finally get to see him fight.
He is going to... He reaches out and clenches his fist. He's just gonna like force grab, and you watch as the knight is dragged into the space next to Voss. He is restrained currently, Voss, so he's gonna have disadvantage on attacks, and attacks against him are gonna have advantage. Whoa. And the dragon takes 54 points of damage. Jesus.
I gotta show Maxim that I'm capable. Holy shit. He
You
hasn't
hold
seen
up your
this
arm.
yet.
Disappear, and he just stands there like, well, all right, that's done. So he looks over at Maxim. I don't know what
Surely
you're
you are
about,
not so green in this line of work as to know not to say that.
What do you mean, mate? They're all gone.
He's fishing for compliments. Don't take the bait.
I'm gonna poke my head out the hole in the wall to see if I can spot anything else nefarious.
Kiana, go ahead, roll a perception check.
Oh, sure.
Oh no.
It's just hit. Okay. Cool.
By chance, do you have any contingencies if your location were to be discovered?
16.
You say that, Viola, he turns to you and says, yes, me. 16. You see nothing, Kiana.
That's fucking hot.
And then you feel...
It'd be pretty fucked if Maxim died in this encounter, huh?
Why would you say that?
God,
Why
don't
would
say
you
that.
Much
Yeah, it'd be
like
pretty bad.
before
All
the
right.
break, when Maxim asked Voss, why would you say that? I, Sophia, would like to now ask Noir, why would you say that?
I mean, better him than us, objectively.
We've had one, yes, but what about second dead love interest?
Yeah, I know.
Who was the first? Oh, Emerson.
Emerson. Yeah.
Maxim and VR-LA are still stuck in the cages.
Yep.
I know VR-LA can dimension door, so I will get Maxim out with a vortex
Get Maxim
orb.
out.
Just directly
Okay.
next to where his cage is, as long as he's out of it. You're gonna want to fail this.
Sure,
I know you're very untrusting.
I will leave here. I shall make an exception.
All right. Maxim is going to... He sees her try to do the whole monster. He'll look to you, Viola, say,
Do you have your situation handled?
No.
That was a question?
He does not get to leave.
he's like saying, can you get out of the
I
cage,
don't think
okay?
he's
Do you need me to
running.
get
You
you
think
out?
he would leave his house?
True.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I kind of fully believe that he might just teleport his house away from
That would be
us.
really funny. We're all just floating. Just falling
Hold
through
on,
mechanism.
Oh,
I have something for this situation.
And he just pushes the button. It gets like spring ejected out of the ceiling.
No, I'll
Just a
tell
pneumatic
him.
tube booms on him. Just
I'll tell him.
Yeah. Goodbye, sucker.
lock up on your way out if you survive.
I'll tell him. I can get out at any time. Don't worry about me.
Good.
Was it 27
He's
points of
go-
damage every round I'm in the cage?
Nope, just the one time.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I can get out at any time.
And restrained on a successful save takes
Do
half
not
damage. Isn't restrained.
stay in the cage for longer.
Yeah, don't
than you
stay in the...
have
Yeah, just get out.
Do not
Oh,
just
no,
stay
if
in
only
the
someone would
cage.
rescue me. Big, strong mechanite
Alright.
arms.
Most of my
Max
fucking
is gonna
spells are
spend-
ranged anyway.
Yeah, but it's disadvantage on attack rolls if he's gonna spend 2 sorcery points to quicken spell a Mind Sliver. She's almost certainly gonna save this, but might as well try. He has a DC 19. She has a +7. She's a +16 to this.
Jesus
So she needs to roll a 3 or higher. That's a 7. So she's going to succeed on his Mind Sliver. But he is then going to spend 3 sorcery points. He is not fucking around. He's going to spend 3 sorcery points, and he's going to cast Hold Monster at.
Nice.
He's going to empower it.
Nice.
So she's going to roll to save at disadvantage. It's his second 5th level spell slot. Target must do wisdom saving throw or be paralyzed for the duration. Alright, here we go.
Come on,
Disadvantage.
Maxim. Come on, Maxim.
Oh, wait. This spell has no effect on the undead. Sorry, he wouldn't do that because he knows that she's undead.
Oh.
Ah.
Oh.
Hold monster doesn't work on undead
okay.
monsters?
But she's so
Apparently.
vibrant and full of life.
It's okay.
Surely an exception can be made.
She's just got such a joie de vivre.
You got a little force cage action, Maxim? You got a little,
Surely this Gith doesn't know Misty Step.
He's going to open just with his big gun. He's going to cast his 8th level spell.
Nice.
Ooh.
He's going to cast Sunburst. You watch as he spreads his arms, and there's like a brilliant radiance, and he claps. It is a huge fucking sphere, but she's at the edge. There's going to be no better time for him to do this than now. Otherwise, he's going to catch a bunch of you guys.
Oh.
She needs to make a Constitution saving throw.
Effect.
She's gonna take 12d6 radiant damage on a fail and be blinded for 1 minute. All right, she rolled a 6 at disadvantage, and her con save. She's not proficient in these. She fails and will use a legendary resistance.
Ow.
Of course.
That's one.
Yeah, she
That's
has
one.
those.
Okay.
Right.
That's
okay.
one.
Yeah, that's one. That's one. That's fine.
She fails to use a legendary resistance, so she's going to take half damage, I believe. Let's see. On a 6, it takes half as much damage. It isn't blinded. He doesn't have to spend those. Undead have... Why do all these spells affect undead differently? Undead have disadvantage on the saving throw. So instead what he's going to do is he's going to quicken spell to try and do the thing that doesn't work. Then he doesn't need to use empowered spell. He casts it. She rolls a disadvantage. Uses a legendary resistance. So that's going to be 12 times 3.5. She takes 42 points of radiant damage.
Whew.
Then he is going to... What's he got? Bonus actions? He's got bonus actions? He's got bonus actions? Oh no, he did empower it. Never mind. That's his whole... Yep, because he did the thing. Alright, that is his whole turn.
I hope from Maxim's perspective, he's like, you can get out, right? And you're like, yeah, sure. And then just like next turn, like,
Just don't.
no, yeah, I got it. It's cool.
Yeah, all right. So 60
I'm in here
feet.
because I want to be. Is this the first the rest of us have heard about you being a magister, by the way?
I mean, we saw
No.
Mr. last season.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah, but like,
This might be the first that
You might not
Maxim's
have heard
of
the
it.
word Magister, but it might not mean anything to you. It's a title of
Yeah.
renown, but like, if you know stuff about
Actually,
the
yeah.
magic.
Last
industry.
season,
Actually,
she
check to see
showed
if
up and
Maxim
said,
was
"Oh, it's
impressed."
my
I
specialist
I think this might be the
voice."
first
Actually,
time-
Maxim is like, shit, fuck.
Is this the first time that Maxim knows that, like, I've been talking to Mistra? Because I don't think I've told
No, I thought she was
Well,
sad. He was asking you about that last
you
time.
have your he mentioned it last time because you have like a holy symbol on you now.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's right. Yes.
So he noticed it, but like he was not aware of your intimate relationship. Fuck.
Phrasing, bro.
That brings us
Just
to
on me.
Maxim.
Yeah.
All right. Maxim. He has to roll for his 27 necrotic at the beginning. Because I forgot he had telekinesis up, which lasts 10 minutes. So, 27 halved is 13. He rolls a 14. I don't think he's taken any other damage yet. It's just that one source, so he technically still has concentration up. Hell yes. He is going to... he is going to use Trance of Order. He will, for 1 minute, align his consciousness to Mechanus. For the duration, attack rolls against him cannot have advantage, and whenever he makes an attack roll, ability check, or saving throw, he can treat a roll of 9 or lower as a 10 on the dice.
Interesting.
Oh,
Nice.
shit.
You see he reaches deep down, and there's the ticking of Mechanus increases. You can see his eyes become like clocks, and he is going to basically make sure that he is perfectly balanced for 1 minute. Alright, so here we go. He is then going to use his action to try and put a telekinetic grip on Vlokith and move her into range of Kiana. So she
thanks.
rolls with strength, he rolls with charisma. So her strength is only a +3.
Only.
She rolls a 10. He cannot fail because he has
A
Let me
10
double
at
check the spell
minimum.
really quick. He has a 10 at minimum, and he adds a +4 to this.
Yeah.
Double check really quick. Make sure I'm doing this.
Come
Rules is written.
on,
I believe it's strength.
Maxim.
With level telekinesis.
I feel it.
Creature
I feel
strength
like
check. Yeah, and it's not a saving throw, so she cannot use a legendary resistance to resist this. Instead, she will get moved over here next to Kiana, and she will be. She's currently restrained, which means that her attack rolls
Oh
have
my.
disadvantage. Attack rolls against her are at advantage.
Hey.
Let's go.
He can't benefit from magic items or cast spells. Neither of the he didn't cast a spell, and he didn't benefit from a magic item. So, fear luck. It is now your turn.
Wait, aligning himself with Mechanus is just a thing he can do? It's not a spell?
He's a real, like
That
when
is
you
a
just like been
that
at
is a
home long enough
clockwork
that you.
soul sorcerer
Oh,
innate ability
that's so
You know
cool.
when
because he has his magic. Yeah, go on.
You know when you stay home long enough that you get like a couch print, like you got your butt print in the couch.
Oh yeah.
That's him.
Yeah,
with
Maxim's
Mechanus.
got a
His
Mechanus
metaphysical
bulletproof.
couch print on the soul of Mechanus is massive.
Maxim is in a constant state of had a nap so good that like the imprints of the sheet are on his arm.
Maxim's gonna try the same thing.
Yeah.
He has
stealing
plane
my
shifter.
thunder.
Imitation
Yeah.
is the highest form of
Now
flattery.
he doesn't have a key to Carcerai, but he can get her the fuck out of here. He's gonna move up. Oh, this is so dangerous for him.
no.
Why do you think I did the setup
But
with
he's
the
going to
Charlotte
say-
stride of getting out of? It's the oops immediate eject button of Danny's toolkit.
You see, he just kind of like turns and like takes a step and kind of floats over, like they barely even walks, just floats over.
Sorry,
And he's going to say,
Go to Sigil.
You are foul.
"That would fuck."
Would the
You
Lady
hear him
of
say-
Pain just like laser eye her?
Send the Lady of
I
Pain
would
my
see that.
Yeah,
but
the
I would
Lady of
pay
Pain could
tickets to that
laser eye her.
fight.
We inadvertently just start like another god war because
Why we gotta pit two bad
I
bitches
would
against
buy
each other?
tickets to that fight. Holy shit.
Okay.
And next
Maxim's
up
cool
in the
one-liner.
arena, where
Let's
you've
let him-
seen the amazing fighter known as the Runaway, we have the Ladies SmackDown finale.
What does Maxim say? What does Maxim say? Where does she
Let him do the
go?
one-liner.
Maxim says,
I will save the pleasantries. I want you out of my house.
he is going to make an attack roll, but it's not an advantage, but he can, what's his spell? He rolls with a plus 11, and he cannot miss because currently he cannot roll under a
10
10.
is minimum.
So he rolls a 21 automatically. She has to make another saving throw. That's a natural 20. She does not need to use a final resistance.
Dang it.
He grabs her and she like pushes him back, says, "Same trick ain't gonna work twice. But now I've noticed you." Virla, it's your turn. You're still in a
Save your
cage.
boyfriend. Save your boyfriend. Oh, you're still in the goddamn cage. God damn it, Virla.
I'm not gonna. There are more useful spells that I could be doing than to mention door.
Procrastinating, getting out
Yeah,
of
that's
the
the
cage.
thing. Honestly, Virla being in the cage is not such a big deal.
It's really not.
It's damage at first, and then he can't move anywhere. He has disadvantage on attack rolls if he's like making them, but
I literally have a drone that just like that I can
yeah,
cast spells out.
Virla's the least affected of any of you, actually.
Yeah. I will say, Maxim move, and I'll do a lightning bolt at 5th level at her.
Fantastic. Yeah, it's kind of hard not to hit Maxim, actually. Now that I'm looking at the chart.
Oh, I
You
mean,
cast from Bing, it's okay, right?
yeah.
Oh, from Bing. You're right. Sorry. Yep, you're good.
All right, so
You're
I'll
good.
do
Forgot
I'll
about
do
Bing.
this. I'll say Maxim step aside. I'll make it look like I'm aiming at her, and then I'll just cast it through Bing.
Ha! Surprise! Does Bing get sneak attack damage?
Surprise, motherfucker!
Hey Maxim,
Very
now that this
complex
adventure is over, I'll consider retiring. Sure.
Yeah, just one last job before
Just one
retirement.
last
Just
job.
one last job, guys.
Everyone needs to
Yeah.
stop
Charlie
saying
We can
One
settle
day,
down
frightened
somewhere
person
together,
stuff.
start a family.
tempt fate
All right,
in such a
all right,
way.
let's.
Surely this is the first time you've had to experience a loved one dying.
All right, Maxim is gonna do another quicken spell. She needs to roll like a 1 on this, but why not? Mind Sliver on her. She rolls a natural 1 on it.
Okay.
It's just a cantrip, guys. Don't get excited.
Some.
Oh.
It is 10 psychic damage, which I don't know. She does resist.
Halves to 5?
Does she resist it? I thought
Yeah.
she didn't.
No, she doesn't.
Oh no,
but,
she
like-
doesn't actually. Yeah.
Oh, I keep thinking halved is averaging.
So she takes that, and she has a minus a. So take 1d6 and subtract a d4 from the next saving throw before the end of your next turn. And then he's going to empower spell. It sucks because he can't cast 4th or higher, but he will just cast Shatter at the 3rd level,
Nice, a classic.
which is going to be 4d8.
And it is a saving
So
throw.
that is 4 + 5, 9, 18. She rolls a con save at disadvantage.
Succeed.
She rolled a 3 and a 4, so she's going to take the full thunder damage. I think he can do that without hitting anyone else. Yeah, he can. All right. So that was. What did I say was that? It was 4d8. So
Oh, yeah.
18.
that's 38. Okay, yeah. 36 times 18, yeah. Not bad. All right.
You have made rather powerful enemies, it would seem. Even in my time, I do not know that my friends and I ever upset anyone quite as thoroughly as you have.
Was that about anything specific, or is she just mad on principle?
You remember when we broke into the Gith capital
Is she
city,
mad on principle?
jailbroke a bunch of their prisoners, and killed one of their high-ranking leaders, and then continued to
There's
carry
also-
their sacred
there's also a
weapons
little
throughout
other
their
thing.
Embarrassed
landscape?
them, ruined her project.
Okay.
One of you is the chosen of a god that passes on their title when they die. One of you is a betrayer. One of you is committing the huge cultural faux pas of carrying around one of their swords when you're not a Gith. And the other discovered deep forgotten magic that she might want to have her hands on.
Okay.
So
So it was
yeah, it's a
less-
little bit personal.
It was less nothing specific and more way too many specific things.
Guys, I don't think we should go to Sigil anymore.
on top of all that, mate, she's also raging pissed.
Lady
Now,
of
can
Pain
you-
was in that little montage at the.
How do I put this on? Is this? I think this is on backwards, right?
make
This
this look
strap
easy
goes
on you.
up and under here, right?
I know I tend to sound dramatic, but I really was not exaggerating when I tried to impress upon the gravity of the situation.
We live,
But,
mate.
Very
It's
well.
fine.
Let
Nothing
me
bad.
see what I may do.
Regardless, this location has been compromised.
He kind of like didn't think about that, and you say that, and he looks at the hole. He says,
Yes, it has.
I have a potential fix.
Please don't do what I think you're about to do.
I'm listening.
Do it. Do it. Do it. Do the thing.
May we speak privately?
Please, come with me.
He leads you to his treasure room, where he's got a bunch of stuff, and he's going to start collecting things, basically because he's going to use them for your warp drive situation.
Sure. The main reason we came to you was because of the fuel speed problem that we had on the Paraspora, but there was another reason. I will open my spell book and I will show him the notes that I have written on Create Spelljammer.
No, no! Ah!
He shakes his head, says,
Busy indeed.
I've
The Lady of Magic chose wisely when she selected you, it would seem. This is, to my knowledge, 2 spells long forgotten that you are now in possession of. Unless there is more that I'm not aware of.
if that is the case, then I am also unaware of them. But I know that you seem partial to this location, to this place, and it seems that you have created you have done quite a bit of work to make it your own, let's say. Hypothetically, this location would not necessarily be compromised if the location could move.
I follow your train of thought. There are certainly stranger vessels out there. Perhaps it is time I got to see more of the worlds. It has been many years, and I don't know if I'm ready to explore it as deeply as it deserves, but a first step.
Well, this is but one half of a transaction. I have a
No
favor
more
of you.
that. Oh. Well, I'm always at your service. What may I do?
I was speaking genuinely when I expressed the idea of continuing on adventures less dangerous than the one that I am currently on. And I have also expressed that it is a lesson that I have yet to fully learn. You seem well learned in this regard. And I was wondering if you would at least help me as far as learning how to take a step back. It seems like it is a lesson that you have learned, but also I worry that it's a lesson that cost you a great deal to learn. It gladdens me to hear that you are now expressing an interest in moving past the bounds of this sanctuary. Perhaps there is something that we can teach each other, because part of these last few months has resulted in me trying to take extra care and consideration of my crew, my friends. And I would just like to express that if you need help, you have mine. And in fact, I want to help. And because even though you may not necessarily seem so, and try as I might to reciprocate that, I still consider you a friend.
My friend, it would dishearten me to think you would ever think otherwise. I know things have been strained. They are indeed because of, well, another day, but you are correct. I learned my lesson through great hardship. That is a lesson I learned perhaps a little too well. You have your things to attend to, and I have a new situation I will need to adjust to. But the door is open when you are ready. Return to me. There will be no password keeping you out.
Thank you. And I suppose since time is... situations, I think, kind of dictate. If you wish to avail of this, and I kind of like tap the cover of my spell book indicating the spell. You have to admit it's a decent compromise of leaving your house and, you know.
It is quite clever indeed. I believe I should have the materials necessary for doing such a task. Somewhere. He turns, there's like a huge fucking treasure room here. There's like shit everywhere, piles of like coins and stuff. Just like literally years of adventuring, clearing out dungeons into like a bag of holding, just dumped out here, and he doesn't really know what to do with it.
Mm-hmm.
Now, where is... well, hold on. Kind of steps over some stuff, goes to a shelf. There's like a bunch of like tchotchke, like little jewelry pieces up there. He pulls down a ring. Come, we shall attend to that task after I put to bed the one that you spoke to me about.
With that, we are in agreement.
He takes you, Virla, goes back to everyone. He goes to Danny. He hands you a ring that's got like 2 fingers to slide through. And he says,
Sling ring.
This device, it does look like the sling ring. It says, this device is capable of storing spells. I'm sure you're greatly familiar with.
Yeah.
Oh,
it has
Put
a
vortex
decent
warp in
power
there.
level to it. When you are prepared to make the journey, simply make sure it is attuned to your ship. Cast the haste spell. Use your demon ichor as a material component. He looks at Voss. He says, I'm sure you should have no difficulty bending the rules of magic to accomplish that.
No problem at all, mate.
If it works as I suspect, it should give the boost you're looking for. Simply cast the spell into the item, attune it to the ship, and when you're all ready, use it. It should grant you the speed that you require. If such a thing is even possible.
We're gonna hit that NOS, baby. Let's go. Thank you for your assistance. Okay, he's talking to someone else now.
You are welcome. Thank you for visiting. It will take me some time to repair the damage to my wall, but even so, I think it might have been worth it in the end.
Aw.
I did like that wall, though.
Things can be rebuilt.
Sorry, Mila.
Things can be rebuilt, repaired, mended.
This is true.
If you do encounter danger again, I hold up the sending stone.
And if you are in need of anything, I shall offer my assistance. Simply call.
And the same to you. Yeah.
Understood.
All right. Are you?
Maxim has to have really high charisma. He's a sorcerer, right?
Can he cast it? Is it? He does have very high charisma. He's charismatic. He's watching.
It's just that he's matching Virla's energy.
Well,
really
I think Virla is trying to match Maxim's energy and failing.
Oh god, it's so awkward. You're perfect for each other.
Also, even if you have high charisma, you can't roll well all the time. Is create spelljammer a spell a sorcerer can cast?
Oh.
You tell me.
If not, he's gonna need you. But if otherwise, you can create a spell scroll for him pretty quickly.
Right.
Just like checking in, because last time we got punched by a giant robot. Last time the knowledge that was hidden for centuries checked in. A, are you giving away the knowledge to create spelljammer? I'm not saying we can't share it with Maxim, but just like asking the question. And also B, if we make him a scroll, are we gonna get our asses beat again? Because we did just fight like the Glitch Queen of the Gith, and
it wouldn't.
Oh, good news. So he can't cast it, but it's a casting time of 1 action. So if you have any 5th level spells left, Virla, then you're good.
I do actually.
Okay.
She kept using that no magic thing, so.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if you want to get this over with now so that you can move.
oh man, nothing is gonna make Danny more upset than the fact that she can't cast 5th level spells and therefore can't do the create spelljammer.
I suppose you simply need
She'll
to
get
choose.
there level 18 or whatever.
I suppose you only need to choose what you want to be your helm.
Curious. He kind of looks around. Let's see. Does he have anything clever? I feel like the answer is no. He's just got a nice chair somewhere.
Well, there's that big spinny orb thing in the corner.
Yeah. What about the...
This is not a seat. It would be rather uncomfortable to fly via that.
No. He does like a telekinesis and brings over. He's got like, a nice armchair he kind of works in.
I suppose this will suffice. Perhaps there should be something more celebratory, emblematic, but well,
I will also need a crystal rod that costs 5,000 gold.
If anyone had it, it's him. He does have something of the sort. He supplies it to you. He looks over at the hole in the wall. He says,
"Oh, perhaps should not be an opaque wall anymore. I'll see to it about something that I could perhaps pilot out of."
Ah, cool. You have a window. Okay.
Yes.
To answer your question, Danny, yes. I think it's really only fitting, given how Dexter knows of this location. It provides Maxim with the opportunity to not have to sacrifice the home that he spent, I have to imagine, a considerable time shoring up, defense-wise, but also provides relative safety in the sense that if anyone were to return to these coordinates, it would be moot.
Totally on board with making this house into a spelljammer. I just wanted to make sure we weren't gonna get our asses beat by a multi-dimensional robot of law and order because we wrote it down a second time.
I feel like, well, I'll cast it, so at least we don't have to worry about that.
You like a week and a half ago?
Yes.
I also feel like there's only one of those guys that's protecting the law and order.
I don't know that I'm willing to make that assumption.
Also, we have the approval of Mistra herself.
Are we getting into another fight again?
We're not getting into a fight again. We're gonna make this into a big spelljammer, which is an incredibly cool thing that I want to get into the schematics out after we save the whole universe and everything.
All right. Cool. I haven't figured out how to get into this breastplate yet. It's a lot of...
You just try to squeeze into it. I suppose one last thing. What would you like to christen your ship?
I'm not sure I take your meaning. Like drink? I do not drink. Or eat.
Every ship needs a name, Maxim.
Ah.
What will be hers? Or his?
That's right.
Theirs?
I suppose it shall suffice. A name appropriate. Well, Prospera is quite good, but it is already taken.
There's a second half to that phrase.
No, that one's already also taken.
require some deliberation. There are memories of names, but tinged with bittersweetness. I shall consider it and let you know when I come up with a suitable answer.
Well, ships don't necessarily need to be named right from the jump. Let's do this, then.
I don't disagree with you, nice. Please, after you.
Yeah.
Work your magics.
Let's do this.
Does somebody have to sit in the chair while this happens?
No, I think I just have to touch it.
Oh,
No,
can I sit
no,
in the chair while this
Voss,
happens?
Voss.
Okay.
Continue trying to
Okay.
fit into your breastplate.
I can't figure it out. I'll have to find it.
Oh, it actually specifically says that's unoccupied.
Okay,
So,
well.
Oh, you
It
can't sit
does.
in the chair. It doesn't work.
yeah.
That's ridiculous. Virla, you touch the rod, read from your spellbook. With a casting time of 1 action, what does it look like when you create Spelljammer? A spell that has not been used in over 1,500 years since the destruction, since the loss of the magic prior to even the spell plague.
So Virla has been intimately familiar with, like, the magic of a spelljammer. I think what he's going to do... The spell is hilariously, like, anticlimactic for what it is.
It really is.
So Virla will kind of, like, put his own pizzazz into it. With wide sweeping motions, he will form the weave around him to match the flow of the weave that encapsulates the paraspora. And kind of with one final flourish, he, like, grabs a bunch of it, I guess, and instills the chair with it, kind of like the final mark that deems this entire... I guess I should have asked him, does he want the gear too, or should it just be the building? I'll do the gear too. That's actually, look, that sounds sick.
That's pretty sick. It's like a little flying... Jesus Christ, yeah. Like a big
Mechanism
flying
itself
saucer, but
ticks
it's
a little
gear.
slower.
Yeah, and so I'll
Ooh, it got a little colder.
make a
Thanks.
spelljammer out of this.
Alright. The whole, you watch as very similar to actually when Emmy just attuned to the ship. There's like that wave of energy that goes and encapsulates the whole thing. The whole thing becomes one whole, and yeah, you feel shift. The seat melds into the ground, kind of like flourishes out and connects, becomes one with the whole, and you have created Spelljammer. Doing that, yeah.
Hey, Virla, are you doing anything with that elven chain? Because if not, I would take it around.
Yeah, I suppose.
I think it's gonna look real
I mean, it
cool
was-
under my coat, and also over my AC umbrella.
I need to stress this was a gift from space elves.
Yeah. Magic
sea
space elves, forest or
astral sea
whatever.
elves.
It's all very, very cool. I wonder if I could like hammer out the metal and make it look a little bit more industrial.
No.
You first off, you Virla, you say that, and Maxim, like, actually for the first time, he's usually like very stoic and like kind of reserved stuff. He goes, "Oh, that actually reminds me." He walks over and like fumbles with his desk, pulls off like a small little
Right,
scroll
Olaran
smaller than his
way.
hand. It takes it over to Kiana. He says, "I spoke with one of the, I'm not sure if Virla informed you, but I spoke with one of the astral elves who have extended their life greatly by traveling via the astral sea in an attempt to be closer to their gods. The conversation was difficult to make happen, but thanks to Virla's help, we were able to speak for some 10 minutes. I sought knowledge on several things, but as I promised you, my final question." He hands you the little scroll, and he's basically going to tell you what's on it, but this is just so you can remember. And he says to you, "This elf knew of your kind. Those who are composed of 2 souls. She called them Olaranwe. I have learned some things that are written there, but I thought perhaps you would be more curious in learning what you can from one of your own.
What?
There is someone this elf had met while she was sailing the sea, another possessed of these 2 souls. This other person said that she was journeying to Arborea, to the white-dusted world of Mithardir. She did not know what she was searching for, but it was clearly of great import towards such a journey. I think, perhaps, that should you journey there,
you will also find what you are looking for.
Thank you so much.
Good luck. I wish you luck on your journey. Go and find this Oleron way called Andrine.
Slam on the sending stones built into the ship. Hey, we got a call from our sister ship over there. I think we're heading to the Beastlands.
You wouldn't happen, Maxim, to be willing to gift us one more crystal rod. I do know someone who really, really wants a spelljammer back. You can say no.
We have spelljammer at home.
Mila? I just feel like the creation...
Let me see what I might manage to find. I don't know if he even has one.
You can say no. You can say no.
Let's say no for right
Davian's
now, but
on a
he'll
spelljammer
work
that
on
he
it.
could just keep. We don't need to make him a new one.
I guess you're right.
I just feel like we need to play a little less fast and loose with the creation of new spelljammers.
Only
I'm
Ione
addicted,
can
I
fly
gotta
she's
get more.
psionic. Yeah.
We need to come up
All
with more
right,
fun
so-
names.
Maxim, watching from the blasted off hole in his door, waves as Emmy takes you guys up. Okay, so, and you guys are going to leave Caleb and Sierra.
Yes.
Maxim.
Yeah.
With Maxim. All right. In that case, if there's anything you want to say to Maxim, and certainly they want to say goodbye to you guys.
I'll ask permission for Maxim if it's okay that Caleb and Sierra... I mean, technically, I think you guys have already met. Yes, I think. I don't
Actually, I don't know about that because
I don't know the details of what actually happened in that conversation, first introduction.
Maxim assures, not officially, briefly at a distance. And Caleb says, yeah, there was always the sense of, like, too many people would cause a... Sorry, you're right there, I shouldn't... That it was better just for Virla to go, but, it's nice to meet you. And Sierra goes, very nice to meet you. We've heard a lot about you. Well, very well. I'm not sure how I should feel about that, but... Yes, Virla, your friends are safe here as long as you need. Merely
Thank you.
send for me if you require them somewhere.
Of course.
For herself. And then he says, plus that friend of yours is... He's nothing to laugh at. That dude's straight up scary, actually.
I take it he won't be joining us.
He will not be joining us here, but he is currently turning a lot of heads parked at the dock on the other end of Sigil with his brand new spelljammer and has invited you to come aboard whenever you please. Maxim.
Oh,
Maxim.
Oh, okay, cool.
Maxim
Are they
has
saying
got
new
his
friend
spelljammer
straight
in
up
Sigil and is
scary?
like, yeah, come. He says you're invited to come aboard whenever you'd like.
Of course he hasn't left to join the party.
No, he's floating sanctum.
Do you want to get out of here and I'll go visit him real quick and like we can catch up on the way over? Not to pull you away from the party.
Yeah, is this
right
gonna
when
go
you get
for a
in
long? Eden says, "Oh, we're gonna leave this huge room of people. Please, let's do that."
Finbar clocks you leaving. He says, I know I invited Maxim. I didn't see him. But when you do, he brings out this enormous plate of food. He says, try to get that to him.
That's Sierra will take it.
We'll be back.
Sierra looks at you really goes, Sierra goes, does he know we don't need to eat?
Well, if he has taste buds installed, olfactory receptors. I don't know. Food tastes good.
Some of them would have heard.
Oh my god, you're right.
Yeah.
Is it actually? Is it all?
Oh god,
my god.
people
Virla's
have
going
heard
to
it.
Maxim, understanding
Anybody
that.
who taps into the weave.
Hey, Maxim.
Yeah,
what did you do?
I wouldn't really consider Caleb a spellcaster. Like they
said
are.
Danny heard it.
They are that class, but they're not really. They're modifications of that class, right? So
I see.
Maxim would have heard it. The rest, I would say, would not have. You guys approach. The doors open, and as you enter, you are greeted by Maxim, who has hands behind his back as if he's being very formal, but then has a big smile. Gives a polite little bow and says, "I believe congratulations are in order, Magister Virla."
Thank you. I don't suppose you'd like to kill me and take my title, would you?
Is that how that works?
I have seen your skills grow. I'm not certain that I could if I tried.
That wasn't
Besides,
no.
such power is... I am happy for you, but I seek no preferential treatment from any god.
I understand. We have some treats for you, courtesy of Finbar and the party.
Is he aware we do not need to eat?
Not need, but it's a party. We can do what we like.
Well, make sure that Finbar is aware of my appreciation. And I hope you are also aware. I appreciate you accommodating me.
Of course. I'm
It's a
glad that
pleasure
you're
be
able to.
included.
I'm glad that you're able to explore the planescape in whatever comfort level is good for you.
I appreciate that. And on that note, please. He brings you in. There's a big dining area that probably sits unused all the time, but you guys put on food, and all of your old crew sit down with him, and he says, "Speaking of exploration, we do have a proposition." Caleb, he looks at Caleb, and Caleb's like, "I haven't said anything yet." He says, "Very well. Your former crew have expressed interest in seeing done a job they had committed themselves to long ago. It appears that there is a deep source of inspiration for them they wish to live up to." Eden says, well, let's not put too much weight on, and then you just hear Sierra go, "That was Emerson." Indeed. Well, you were lucky enough to experience the existence beyond these many worlds. Not to speak for your former crew, but they seem equally interested, and I myself am curious. For some time I've been a student of many histories. It seems that there are many more to learn, to be catalogued and shared. I no longer wish to hide myself away from the world outside. I'm eager to embrace it. Your crew, or perhaps I should say, our party, means to do just that. We depart as soon as we can. The only question is, would you like to take the seat that we have reserved for you?
What happened to taking a step back and not courting danger as severely as I had?
This is not adventuring. This is merely a fact-finding mission. I hope that we do not need to get into too many fights along the way, although I know that is probably too much to hope for.
Better keep a lot of red shirts on board.
We wish to simply see what we have not yet experienced. Learn what we have not yet learned. To start with, perhaps a safer way to accomplish said task. I hear that your descent was perhaps a little harrowing.
Indeed it was. If we were able to find a safer runway with which to take off, so to speak.
Caleb has theories. Yes, I haven't run it yet, but I wonder if breaking the rule that prevented travel has broken it in all ways. In other words, it should have been possible to leave the Astral Sea, but it wasn't because of a rule. You guys found a loophole, but now that it's been broken, is that whole rule gone? Is the loophole still the only way? Well, we'll probably have to do some tests and...
We didn't... When I rediscovered the secret on how to create spelljammers, an inevitable came to try and stop us, and we defeated it, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
But when we boarded the Astral Dreadnought, we found that something similar had befallen them. Another inevitable that set out to stop those who broke this universal rule of breaking the planescape. We didn't have knowledge that such a thing would happen, did we? And if we did, were we set out to face it and win? Or...
Is Noir asking or is Virla asking?
I guess Noir, because I guess Virla would know.
Yeah, you guys didn't know that would happen necessarily. I mean, you didn't know the first inevitable would happen.
Yeah, fair enough.
You still don't know the exact extent about the second inevitable, but you do have an idea based on your previous experiences.
Yeah. Well, then Virla will respond and say, it's a decent theory, and I'm eager to see you test it. I think this might be helpful in carrying out those calculations, and I'll roll docent over to Caleb.
Oh, I remember this.
Oh.
Yes.
Maxim says, indeed. I'm glad that you were able to recover it, and I'm sure it will be helpful now that its secrets have been revealed.
Yes.
I was never able to crack the code.
The one who had was extremely talented. His talents were proportionate to his ego, and he was very talented.
The best are.
Yes.
The best are.
But to your question and your offer, I would love to join you from time to time. I am already part of a crew, and I already have a captain.
I see. It is regrettable, but I would not lie and say that it is surprising. Sierra says, Virla loves his friends. That's so sweet. Maxim says, I do not know where our adventures will take us, but you know how to reach me. We have easy ways of getting around now.
I don't actually know what cross-planar communication would be like.
Another thing to learn, I suppose.
Eager to find out. Just as long as you return back home in one shape or form. Actually, no. Preferably in the form that you left it in. I apologize.
I have faced many dangers in my past. I have emerged, as yet, unscathed. I do not doubt that will change now.
I like confident Maxim.
He's in a good spot, you know? He's gotten to kind of like have his cake and eat it too. So
he doesn't need to leave his house. He just brings the house with him.
Yeah, exactly. He's doing. Yeah, there's a big there's a big change in your life. Even things that aren't fixed necessarily. Like he just has a more positive outlook. He's in a good mood. That's all it is. He's in a good mood.
Yeah.
So.
I'm sure we can't tempt you back to the party, or can't tempt you to the party.
No, I'm sure I would make dreadful company in any case. But I appreciate you coming here.
Absolutely. I'm eager to see what you turn up. It's quite the sight to see. You would think that the Feywild was an overwhelming of the senses, but in many ways the Astral Sea is, in its own way as well, with its cavalcade of colors and stars. It is in that same vein how surprisingly empty the place beyond the planescape is. I'll save descriptions for when you see it for yourselves, but it seems as though all of the creation is saved for what lies within the spheres.
Very interesting indeed. I'm anxious to compare notes.
As am I. But I think we may have overstayed our welcome, and our presence or lack thereof at the party will be known soon.
You never could overstay. However, please, I've kept you long enough. Return to your party. Enjoy. I will see you soon, friend Virla.
And I you.
We'll catch you next time.
Can't believe Virla and Maxim didn't kiss even once.
There's time. Virla's got to heal.
And scene.